Shall we begin?
So it begins. And now it begins. So it begins.
And so it begins.
Shall we begin?
So it begins.
So, shall we begin?
So, it begins.
Shall I begin? Shall we begin? Shall we begin? Shall we begin?
You know, after watching No Way Home, I've got to add one more "So it begins" line in there because the lizard says that at some point. He's like,
"You,
so
of course,
begins.
That is what you would pick up on."
Yeah, well, I'm just saying. I was like, mental note, check mark. I'll have to add that to the intro later with that at some point. Spoilers, by
of
the
all
way.
the like nuggets you could take away for like the future of MCU or Sony MCU Spider-Verse or you're like, oh, there's that little nugget.
Well, I thought I'd say that now after I just played it. So there we go. Doesn't mean it's the most important, but anyway, what's up, folks, fellas, ladies, and all that, everything around here. Collective, all three of us have seen Spider-Man No Way Home, so spoilers, obviously. I'm not even going to put that in the title. If y'all come in unexpectedly, sorry. Whoops. What's up, Flipster?
Whoopsie. What's up, guys? I've seen it almost 3 times. You guys have both seen it at least once, right, Angus?
Yeah.
Yep, indeed. And Angus is here. We got our beef boy. What flavor?
What's the name? Angus, that is. How are you, chap?
What's the name? Angus isn't so lame. I can't think of rhymes. Never mind. Just let's cut that short.
Sorry, I've been on a foghorn leghorn kick today.
Oh yeah, mighty nice chicken legs here, boy. Yeah,
got black fur, boy. I say black fur, long pointy ears. That's a chicken.
Angus is watching old Looney Tunes. Apparently, he just discovered they're on HBO. It's like, yeah, they've been there for a bit.
They're great, man. I love the Looney Tunes.
Oh yeah,
I've been doing this for like 10 hours at work today. So.
That's good. Very good. But yeah, before we get into Spider-Man talk, I just want to say, so this is the first time I went to the theater since I saw Kong vs. Godzilla, which I forget how long ago that was now, to be honest. Feels like forever ago.
That was like March,
yeah. Oof, yeah, a little while. And so first time back in the theater in a while. And man, I've already talked about how Cinetopia was like, it's a rare theater chain, really nice, really fancy and everything, got bought out by AMC. Like the cup holders look like they have not been cleaned in like a year. They look grimy. Like I'm in the skybox, like the higher seats were at the old Cinetopia. They would serve you food, like freshly warmed food if you ordered some, or alcohol. And they do not do that service anymore, which is annoying. And then the cup holders look nasty as shit. I'm like, ew, wow, man, this is weird. And my chair felt like it has been sat in many times by large people. I don't know. It just felt, when you sit on something that's been worn in, like you have a 5-year-old couch or something, and it's like sat in. That's what it felt like. And it's just
no bueno, senor. No bueno.
No bueno, yeah, no.
I still.
Go ahead.
I'm getting a kick out of your whole Cinetopia thing, like these fond memories and just prestige. And in reality, it's like, here, sir, here's your freshly warm gourmet microwaved food.
Well, companies don't give a fuck anymore.
It's like Cinetopia. Literally, they had a wine they called it Vinitopia. It's like literally a fancy ass restaurant in the theater. Like they took care with their stuff. It was all about the adult experience, essentially. It's like,
pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's pre-pandemic, but then it's like they got bought out by AMC, and AMC's care has been lackluster in my opinion. But that's just me.
$5 word.
That shit.
Ching.
Oh yeah,
but true.
Yeah. So sorry. And then the lady next to me. Surprisingly, we could kind of sit next to each other in our theater. There's like more people close to each other than you would think with the COVID stuff. It's like, all right. Then the lady next to me, phone out every 10 minutes. Like their screen. It's okay if you have your phone out, but like at least have the light to be very dim or something. Like
that's like me at a rom-com. Like a on a dated rom-com movie. I'm like, I got my fucking phone out, like what else is going on?
Yeah, I don't know. It just it's one of those experiences where I love the theaters, but man, I get more and more annoying experiences the more I go. And it's like, I kind of would have rather seen this by myself at this point.
And I had 16-year-old girls were banging my chair like consistently. And if it was a dude, I'd said something, but these young girls clearly didn't mean to do it. So I was cool. And they ended up stopping. But it's just one of those things when you're in the theater,
Yeah, it just gets annoying. Did you guys have what was your theater experience? Anything noteworthy or no?
I mean, other than the girls kicking me, like I really enjoyed it. We have this small theater. I used to live right next to the Regal Cinema with the big IMAX and everything out in Buford, Georgia, near the Mall of Georgia. Actually, is at the Mall of Georgia. It was a huge mall, but now I live out much further, near Athens, we'll just say, and there's this small theater. It's weird because the theater you're in is pretty small, but it was jam packed on Monday and Tuesday night. Like it was pretty cool. I like the theater experience because there's the smell of popcorn. I like that, even though I try not to eat too much of it, but fuck that, I always eat a lot. And then you've got your overpriced sodas and overpriced popcorn, overpriced candy, and you're not pissed about it because you're just there to watch a movie you want. Because if your ass gets to the theater, at least this is how I think, if my ass gets to the theater, it's because there's a movie I plan on enjoying for sure. Like I'm not gonna go, I'm not gonna go to something like that might be good, and then I get there, I'm like, why the fuck did I do this? So
especially these days.
Yeah. So the theater experience was great, except for the girls kicking me. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. I hear you. What about you, Angus? You said you took your kids to see it, right?
Yeah. It was fine. Ironically, so I've taken them to see, first time took them was Boss Baby 2. They loved it. They were hooked. And it was all right film. Not as good as the first one. And then I took them to see Green Knight, which is a weird indie adaptation of a old like medieval fable or whatever. They were surprisingly watching it. And
Cool.
and then I took them to see Antlers, and it was lackluster to me, but it was pretty scary for them.
Yeah, wasn't that a scary movie?
Yeah, I mean it's like a Guillermo del Toro.
Good God.
This is the worst experience. This is the first time I would be like, dude, shut the fuck up, kid. Like, we're in the theater. You're like, I want to go to the car. I'm like, this is Spider-Man. What the hell's wrong with you? Like, you love Spider-Man. Like, yeah, like this was not my experience. This is not a good, they've sat down and watched Spider-Man 3, because it's like my kid loves Venom, so I showed him Venom. He sat through Venom, and then we watched Spider-Man 3 because Venom's in it, and he loved that Venom, which it's a good movie, despite Topher Grace being Venom. And yeah, so it's weird. Like I've had them sit down and watch, quote unquote boring films for like kids, and they've sat there, even though they're like, like, oh, I'm kind of scared, like they've watched it. We watched Halloween Kills. This is the first time they've like just been awful in the theater comparatively to the other times. And it's like, it's Spider-Man. This is MCU. This is like family.
There's 3 Spider-Men on screen.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, like what of all the movies for you to be like bored or irritated at? Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, for real.
It'd be that way, bro. It'd be that way. Man, I remember when my kids were like 4 and 6. Actually, I took my. When did Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 1 come out? Like 2001? 2002. So my boy would have been about 3 years old, and then my daughter would have been 4. So yeah, I took them to that, and then I took them to all 3 of those Tobey Maguire movies. So I know what you're talking about. They didn't care. Not until like the 3rd one.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Could have took them, and that felt good. And it's funny how young they were. Like when we're talking about Spider-Man No Way Home, they remember. They're like, oh, remember when? I'm like, how do you remember that shit? What were you, like 4? It's pretty cool.
Yeah, they're like, I remember when he beat up that bully and took his lunch and whatever or something. It's like, what?
Man,
I don't remember
that part was really cool. You remember when he catches Mary Jane and he catches all the
food?
Yeah, did you guys? I don't know if you've heard about how they did that in like 100 takes or something. He had to do it all day. They really had to catch that movie.
No, I did
Oh
not
my
know about
god!
that.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. That's impressive.
Raimi's a dick like that. I've watched behind the scenes about like different scenes, like retaking like the in Spider-Man 2 and he keeps getting hit in the head with the bags and stuff when he's trying to pick up his shit. Yeah, like that was a lot of takes.
Wants perfection.
Yep, he does.
And hello there, King Slayer and Nerd Cookies in the chat. What's up? Thanks for joining. I know there's a lot of people streaming tonight, so people probably be bouncing around to different streamers, seeing what's up. So, yeah, we just saw No Way Home today and everything. Flip saw it twice and all that. Angus saw it a couple days ago. Yeah, we got some different thoughts. I've heard spoilers before I saw the movie. I was going in. I haven't seen an MCU movie since Endgame at all, and even the shows I haven't watched either. So. Like, I was like, I don't know. I was like, do I even need to see Far Away Home or what was it, Far From Home? And I was just like, nah, I don't want to see it anyway. So whatever. And yeah, I was kind of glad I didn't because this was already enough to. There's a lot of stuff in this one. I didn't want to think about the other one with it. It starts off decent enough and everything. It starts out right away. Just right away. The first thing I would comment on with the film is like, I kind of wish this was like a mini series or something because I feel like they kind of rushed the first 30 minutes of the movie, like, and it's like, man, I feel like a lot of this stuff would hit harder if there was a little more time put into it, like as far as like what we're being shown. Do you guys feel that for the first half hour or so? Like it was very rushed.
I wouldn't say rush, just like it's a lot because it's like right after Far From Home. It's like Last Jedi where it like takes off right after Episode 7. So it's
fine.
That's a different pacing, and so that was like, oh, like we're right here. But yeah, I felt like the actual information you're getting to start the film, like it wasn't like overload. It's just, I mean, this is my least favorite of the 3 Spider-Man as far as like the total sum, as far as like the trilogies or the Maguire, Garfield, and Holland. I think Holland's really good, but the whole world that they've put him in, it's just it's too like, oh, squirrel, like, it's too modern in like a millennial, like everything you hate about this generation that we're like part of. Like,
I do wish there were slower moments in these films. I think that would help it.
Yeah, so well, I was thinking about me and Ricky.
Yeah.
I know you're older, but yeah, like
we're
this
talking
generation is just like, it's so like, squirrel and ADD and swiping, and that's how this felt. It felt like watching my kids watch Captain Underpants, where it's like it is a good movie, but it's just like there's never like a moment to like breathe. And it took a while. It wasn't until probably when his lawyer is in his apartment that it kind of like slows down a bit.
Well, I guess that's kind of what I meant real quick with that is that like that all those events of like, oh, you got your Peter Parker, Spider-Man, everybody knows that. He goes to school real quick, he goes to jail real quick, or goes to the police station real quick, and then he goes to Happy's real quick, and it's like all these things are so quick, and it's like he's like, then he goes to Doctor Strange, and it's like, well, hold on, like I don't know, I haven't seen much. Like he's supposed to be really down right now, and there's just, it was so quick. I didn't really get that, in the letters. They do a montage real quick about him getting the letters. It's like, I don't know, slow down. Just let's see the effects of you being Peter, like everybody knowing that you're Spider-Man, and like how much that sucks. And it's like, so we can at least a little bit more than the college thing. I feel like there was implied that there's more than the college thing, but there wasn't, like in the brick being thrown in the house. Like, yeah, but these are very small things compared to like what a lot of real people go through, I guess, is the thing. I don't know if you guys kind of felt like that too. It's like,
well, to counter myself really quick, I guess trying to view the direction and development of this is like, I hate the scenes where they're like in like your POV as Spider-Man, like swinging and stuff, and it's all chaotic, and it's like, oh, MJ, like, oh, your hand's in my way, I gotta see it. And then, it's just like, oh my god, like just this is stupid. Stop. Like, I don't need this perspective to like get what I'm watching. But at the same time, it's so like chaotic and jarring. It reminds me of like Taken or like action films where like they edit really, they snip stuff really quick and it's jarring because it's like visually it's matching like what they're trying to like deliver of like chaos, and it makes you like unsettled. So I can kind of get the idea what they're doing, but like I don't like that. I think you can do it a different way to convey the same like feeling. But also it's kind of putting you in like Parker's mental state as like this version. So I was like, okay.
I thought them swinging was fine. I see what you're saying, Rookie, how it could have been put into a miniseries so you got a little bit more of that beginning and the pacing might have been better. In my mind, the way I personally treat that when I'm watching it, is that there are time jumps, small time jumps, like, maybe a day or something goes by and maybe another day goes by in between these scenes. I kind of treat it like that, as in, well, the director was told to, make a movie this long or whatever. So he has to slip this stuff in, kind of wrapping up the end of the last movie and getting you into the universe here and what's going on. Yeah. I always forgive that if they stop it, if they ultimately like finally, like not like the Rise of Skycucker, where it just constantly freaking,
it's at that pace the whole movie. That's where this stops after 20 minutes or so. It'll slow down a little.
Yeah, if it stops, I'm like, okay, cool. Now we're in the vibe, and they got me in the vibe. Finally, there when shit starts going sideways, and so I agree though with both of you. It was a little bit jarring, but after that happened, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I guess like I agree. Like I think it's good that they showed what they showed, but like it would have been interesting if the cops were really grilling into MJ and Ned and his aunt and stuff and Happy. Like if their lives were really becoming more shitty because of knowing him. I think that would have hit a lot harder. Like if the cops were grilling them, if they're just simply at school and they get beat up or something, like for knowing him, because a lot of people think that he's a killer and they're best friends with him and hang out. Like I don't know. I feel like that would be more of a reason to be like, okay, you know what? I don't want them to know that I'm Spider-Man because my friends and aunt and maybe she gets fired from her job or the neighbors don't like them or something. Or I don't know, something that shows not just his own suffering, but the people around him that he loves suffering. That would drive him to want to go to Doctor Strange.
Well, I feel like I got sidetracked. Like I think the main hook of like this detriment of Spider-Man, like I think the whole like, did he murder Mysterio or whatever, like whatever the other alternative summary is for people on his side. Because like he goes to school and his teacher's like point blank, like, oh yeah, you're a murderer, you killed Mysterio. Like he's buying into that story.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the story gets sidetracked and like, oh, my friends can't go to college instead of like right. People think I'm a murderer. Like,
that's what I'm saying. I kind of I'm okay with the MIT thing being a factor, but I wish that one wasn't like the heaviest factor. I wish that was like a sprinkled on factor of like all this horrible stuff's going on, and then that's also another hitter, like that you can't get into any of these colleges because of this controversy and stuff. Like that being the like what you bring up at the end of the problem, like a sprinkle on top.
Well, one thing that I think, one thing that really might, sort of fall into what you guys are talking about. This might be something that you don't remember, but seeing it a second time, this particular thing that happens is he's admonished with the lawyer just gets him off the hook. You're good. You're good. You're good. Like what? Like
we should also say real quick, the lawyer being Matt Murdock, Daredevil from the show.
Yeah. I mean, he's good. That was cool. That was a really cool fan moment. But the fact that he's relieved of,
it kind of annoyed me.
Hey, me too. Like what? Wait a minute. Did I miss something? So
like you're just fine. They said it was Stark tech that belongs to him. That's, I don't know. I kind of want to see that story play out. Like I feel like that would be an episode in and of itself. Like Matt Murdock trying to help Peter, get out of this accusal of a crime.
Oh yeah,
Daredevil season.
and then his friend,
Right.
you know, dealing with being his friend. That's at least an episode, like a full 40 minutes at
Hell yeah.
least, if we're trying to somewhat be fast, if not a couple episodes worth, you know, like just on that.
He's got to go to the stand. Peter Parker, do you swear solemnly to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing? You know, do that whole thing, man. Big thriller moment in the court, and Matt Murdock gets his, you know, moment in the sun or whatever. That'd be cool.
Yeah, and I mean, go ahead. I
Me?
don't know if Angus was cutting in for a sec or right
Oh.
there.
Right
Or
there.
not. Okay, never mind. 'Cause he's
Nope,
not.
Just listen.
Well, so I guess so for the first, I'm trying to get us to before he goes to Doctor Strange, all covered up essentially. Is there anything you guys want to comment on in particular before he goes to Strange?
Flash Thompson or whatever his last name is.
Yeah, that's Tom.
Awful. Hate him. Like he's always been awful. Like horrible casting choice. I don't care if like you don't want to do a white guy for the character because you want diversity, but why would you pick such a gay ass actor and then you give him a K-pop haircut? Like, what is this? And he's like, I hate Parker. And he's like, and then all of a sudden he just instantly turns like, oh, Spider-Man fanboy, we're best friends. Like,
I feel like did you miss the part where he said that he wrote a book saying
no,
that
I
he's his
saw it.
best
Oh,
friend
dude,
too?
dude,
Like, 'cause
I
they
meant
go
to-
over that really quick. I'm like, wait, what?
I can't post on Twitter right now because I still got like a day or two on suspension, but I want to troll the DC people because it's like, oh my god, I think they did it on purpose. The whole like Flashpoint, like that's a big
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
DC. That's like the new Flash movies, Flashpoint, whatever this multiverse crap's going to be for DC's crap universe reset.
The wink, it's a nod.
And-
You're right.
And so it's so funny that like I think that was a huge diss to DC with like Flashpoint as gay ass version Flash like mocking DC.
Oh yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
even see it like that. That's kind of funny.
It was kind of obvious there.
That went over my head. I was trying to catch up with other
I
things.
instantly
and I
saw
was
that. I'm
thinking
like,
about-
oh my god, the DC fanboys are going to cry. I wonder if Film God sees this or if someone shows him. He just cries for a month, like, oh, see, they just can't stop thinking about DC. That's why they're doing things like.
possibly, but I mean, you could say that like he's still like he's not the bully. So like Sherry's here, by the way. What's up, Sherry? She
Yeah.
says that Flash was supposed to be a jock, not a dweeb. I mean, they probably should have had him be a different character, I guess. Like if he's going to be this non-jock, probably should have had him just be a different character altogether, I assume. And I'd say if he was not a physical bully, but like a mental bully, like that, you know, fucks with you in certain ways, like making a book that says, oh, I'm best friends with you, and I never actually interacted with you other than brief anything. That'd be kind of annoying with it, I guess. But I don't know. It's something else is all. If they're gonna go,
I
that
view
route.
Flash in this universe like a crappy like Mandark from Dexter's Lab. Like I just made him like like he's awful.
Flash does sound. The more we say the word Flash, sounds like somebody's just gonna flash his junk. I don't know, just like I'm the Flash. Beep. And then
Wieners
go
out.
away. Yeah, hands up, wieners out. But another South Park reference there.
Whoa.
So I'm trying to think about what all happens in that first bit before he goes to Doctor Strange again. So they could do their MIT thing, which so I get that sucks, but yeah, that's just another thing where I wish that like they couldn't get jobs or they couldn't do things. People would see them in the streets and mess with them. A lot of people can't hurt Peter, but even if they try to hurt him sometimes, I feel like that would still affect him. Like if he was getting punched in the face by random people, like it doesn't physically hurt him, but it's like I assume that'd be annoying and you'd want to hit them back, you know, after a while. And everybody knows that who he is. Like if he did with his super strength, I mean, like, you know, I feel like that'd be a tough little position. Cops might see him and want to, you know, do something. Like I would have liked to see that type of event of things going on. I assume Mangus, you agree, right? Or no, like to see him like literally struggle through more stuff, even if people know who he is.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
the way they like with all the circumstances that could be, this is so like surface level, like frivolous kind of shit for like the stake you're trying to set for why he would do this, you know, what essentially the catalyst for this whole multiverse thing.
It seems like he's a regular kid now, I guess, with this, as to where like he still has regular kid problems essentially, other than being blamed for murder, I guess, but that's still taken casually, it seems. Like,
well, I
don't
still
understand.
feel that, having seen it, that even though he's got, I think they did better than what I expected with like understanding like his whole kind of in the comics, preserving his identity to protect people. Like they just, it's like X-Men in the comics. You read X-Men and like everyone hates them. They're freaks. But then like they're with like Hulk and Thor and Fantastic Four, and everyone like likes these people.
They cheer for them. You're right. They hardly make sense to be.
It doesn't really.
In the
they
same
don't really
universe.
gel. Yeah.
Yeah.
In this one, it's like, you know, he's got to preserve like the Spider-Man character, who he is. Like he's got to like hide who he is to protect people as Parker, and yet you're in a world with like they're you know, getting him and all of his friends and family, interrogating them because he's Spider-Man, and like the catalyst was the Mysterio allegation, but like they're like getting all these people because of like vigilantism. But then you have like Iron Man, who owns a weapons company, a technology company, billionaire, and then you got like Shield and all this shit. But then like,
they've
this
dealt with
one
that,
guy.
though. Well, no, I'd say they have dealt with that though, and I think that's like why they responded this way in particular. Like usually, something like Shield would deal with this type of thing all the time instead of the actual law enforcement, and like that's been, you know, in and out with whatever. I can't even know if anything from Agents of Shield actually applied ever. With it,
like,
there's the Sokovian Accords and all
I
those
get
things,
that,
and like part of the aspect is like everybody else doesn't hide their identity. Why do you hide your identity? You know, like why'd you hide it for so long? You get like they actually do that at the end. You know, he's like only a coward hides their identity here, especially in their superhero world. Like,
sure, but like, see, this is like my angle is like, this is a problem with like trying to like take this iconic character with like this like setup he has, but then bring it into the world they've made of MCU, where it's like they've taken all these different aspects of comic stories of these characters and fused it into a new story. And I don't think that like identity problem for Parker or his family and friends around him matches with the universe he's in the MCU. That's where I'm at, because like he was part of, you know, Endgame, of taking out Thanos from the post blip or re-blip, whatever you want to call it. So for everyone to be like, Spider-Man, it's just, I don't know, it just doesn't.
Well, no, hold on. I'd say it does add up, especially with the last movie with what's his face? What was the name? Mysterio, whatever. You know, and that he got killed, and so I didn't see the movie, but based on this, they said that Mysterio was some awesome hero, and that that Spider-Man was killing him, and that he's Peter Parker. So it's like, well, I don't know, for the most of the public to learn that Spider-Man is Peter Parker and that he killed it, or you know, in a convincing enough way that he was able to do it, Mysterio. That's what they see as Spider-Man, Peter Parker now. So it's not just, oh, your identity is here, whoop-de-doo.
He's now a murderer.
It's now we know you're Peter Parker and we think you're a murderer. It's not just, oh, your identity, whoop-de-doo. It's, you know, your identity and tied to killing a hero.
Yeah, no, I get that.
I feel like that holds more than simply like his identity is now out, and that's, you know, the rest, everybody else has their identity free, but his is tied directly with, you know, the murder of another hero,
and it's tied directly to his family and friends, because his friends and family always get hurt, and he's noticed that since the very beginning. You know, that's the reason he tries so desperately to hide it, because him being a hero and being a kid, I guess, because he usually fails. If you notice, like, he fails a lot, so when he does, it affects the people around him. I think that's why he tries so hard to hide his identity as opposed to other people.
Yeah, I
Angus?
suppose, but I just there's something, it just doesn't gel. It doesn't match. It seems like they want to like have it both ways, and it just doesn't set right. It doesn't feel consistent for me.
I don't know. For me, I think within the films it makes total sense. Still, just I don't know. But not having read the comics or anything, I think it's consistent with the story and from what people say about even what you say about it. I feel like it fits enough. But it's just not. It's similar enough.
Well,
I
yeah,
guess.
I'll agree as much that it doesn't fit fully. You know,
Like
I could see why Angus would feel
yeah,
like
well,
it.
and it's just like when in Homecoming when he is trying to save the fairy and everything, he causes that and he fails to save it. Like he has to get bailed out by a better hero essentially. And it's like that's I don't know. I feel like there's still lots of learning in that areas, and it's still a lot of failure. And that's still something to learn from. It's not the same as by yourself, like how they normally do it. But I'm glad that they did some. I mean, how many times would they do that same type of story? I guess this is similar but a little different.
Well, whereas
Kinda
Iron
like
Man is confident, not only is he confident, but he wins. Like he's always winning, So he's like, "Fuck it, I'm Iron Man. Deal with it."
The man who's won with lots of loss, I guess.
Well, there's that one where he tells the Mandarin where he lives. He's like,
Yeah,
"That was stupid."
yeah, a little bit. But I guess let's continue on. Unless you guys have anything else you want to add to before he goes to Doctor Strange.
No, I'm ready.
And one last thing. In the very, very, very beginning, like when he drops down in that crowd, I don't know if you guys noticed, there's a lady that like touched him, and then she was like, "Oh, Spider-Man tried to hit me."
Oh yeah,
I was like, "Oh my god, that just reminds me of Vito when like he's got a weapon,
exactly.
he's got a weapon." That's what I thought of.
Tear his poster, and then they're like, he's like, "Oh, I got a stick." He's like, "He's got a weapon."
Yeah, in that crowd, they're like, "What you murdered, whatever, blah blah blah." They're all doing that stuff, and this lady touches them, and then it's like, "Oh, Spider-Man tried to hit me." It's like, oh, that's Vito. That's the Vito thing. So that was funny. Just a little tidbit there. And then anyway, let's catch up. So him and his friends could not get into college because of the controversy of Spider-Man murder and all that stuff. I'm not sure. So none of them can go into college. And then he sees a Halloween decoration in the store.
I've never seen any Halloween decoration look like that.
Yeah, I was like,
what the fuck?
Usually it'd be a witch, I guess. So
with a beard.
Weird. Yeah, so that was kind of weird. And then he's like, "Oh yeah, I know Magic Dude," and it's like, I'll go to him and see if he can go back in time. And it's like, I kind of wish there was a better catalyst to that, like after some defeat at least. Like I think it's still kind of dumb, but I feel like there could have been a little bit more, even in the short amount of in the short amount of time.
You're not supposed to use the time stone. Like, I mean, come on, they just went through all of that. Surely he learned that maybe messing with those stones is a bad idea.
Like Strange even points that out to him.
Yeah.
And then it's also dumb that Strange still does anything. Angus, what did you think? Peter going to Doctor Strange.
It seemed like a sorcerer legal loophole. Like that even seems to be explained where it's like, oh yeah, you can't mess with the time stone. It's like, oh, you're gonna use that trick. Like, no, that's, you can't do that. And he's like, do you remember that time? He's like, no. He's like, exactly. Like, so it's like, hey, I did it before. It's no problem. And so it's like, all right, just keep me the fuck out of it. And I like how they kind of like give you this tidbit that you just think, it's like, oh, what's the repercussion for this in the future? Like, especially with Multiverse of Madness coming out in March with Doctor Strange, where it's like, oh yeah, he's not the Sorcerer Supreme because he was blipped, and so Wong, by technicality, is now Sorcerer Supreme. It's like, oh, okay.
Some people weren't happy with that.
Well, I mean, he had to fill in for him, so it's like,
no, I agree. I'm saying I think that makes enough sense that if he's gone for a while, and he's like, okay, well, somebody's got to try to do this interdimensional stuff. I'll step up, I guess. And,
well, I think that it foreshadows the death of Wong. I think they're setting something up. I don't know it's the death of him, but they're setting something up with Wong being.
I think I don't know about death of Wong, but I think this is going to tie directly into the Marvel What If Doctor Strange plot.
Oh yeah. Did you stay? I'm not
Yeah,
gonna.
yeah,
You stayed. Okay.
yeah.
We'll get
Yeah,
there.
I
We'll get
stayed.
there.
I don't think Rookie did, but I did. I'm like,
I
wow, they
dropped
just did a
off.
trailer.
I think I watched 3, maybe episode 4. I don't remember anymore. But I guess I was keeping on track with this. Like, did you think that it? Like, what do you think about Peter at all going to Doctor Strange to get help with this after the college thing? Because that's essentially right after the college thing is when he goes to Doctor Strange. Did you think that was like, oh yeah, of course he'd do that? Or
Well, they had to write. He had to some. They had to write him going to somewhere to cause all of this, and they were going to do the multiverse of madness. So I guess that when they were writing it, the cool thing about them is that they're writing, even though like we don't like all of their little shows on Disney Plus. I mean,
I do love Loki.
some of them are good. I mean, there's some good stuff, but it doesn't. It's not as good as a big production with great writing and everything. They've got some of the more people up in there, but I think when they write knowing that they're going to be in different movies and different things. So they had to. I mean, it made the most sense, I suppose, when they're writing to take Peter to Doctor Strange. Magically, nobody else is available, but yeah, it made sense to me based on the fact that he had to go somewhere, and he probably didn't think to go to the Scarlet Witch, but yeah,
I don't think he's ever interacted with her. I don't know if he has.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, Flip, just to add what you're saying, I love the show Loki. I like the implications, like the idea, and how they introduce the multiverse, and like the teasing Kang, who's going to come into Ant-Man, and
I thought he was a weak character.
Well, I mean, you're just seeing him from the start. You're not seeing like, oh, this is like worse version coming. That's going to wreak havoc.
Cool.
Yeah, like the King you're seeing is a guy like is aware of him and the other possibilities and is trying to like maintain this. But regardless, I love the show. I thought it was cool, and it felt like it had some depth to it, and what it was taking like multiverse idea kind of serious as a like kind of like a miniseries, like start off for like an actual like event or something, or a new like crossover event, whatever in comics. And so watching this movie with Doctor Strange seemingly unaware of what's going on with like Loki and or like Scarlet Witch, whatever, it feels like so underwhelming where it's like, oh, the guy that would have like a big factor in this area of like this comic world, it felt so underwhelming. It's like, make a forget me wish, and we're just shenanigans. Like it felt like cartoon level.
Yeah, I kind of agree there. And I mean, I kind of wish that he didn't go to Doctor Strange like that. I kind of wish that like maybe Doctor Strange was fighting something and like it's like the tail end of a battle, and I don't know, Spider-Man helps out real quick, and then it's like, okay, you kind of owe me one right here, or something, or he's like, hey, I owe you one, Pete. He's like, oh really? There's something you could do for me. I want them to get into college. What? I don't know. You can figure out something with that, or if they showed by this point the actual suffering or something, I could believe that a little more with some of that and have him, do something that way. I don't know, the mind wipe stuff. I don't know. That's borderline WandaVision to me. Of like, oh yeah, it's just such a like, who cares about other people and what they are and who they are? Let's just I can just control their minds essentially. It's kind of borderline that to me, and I kind of fucked up to even consider. I guess, and I don't know. Doctor Strange doesn't seem like he would ever really just do this, especially on a whim for Pete. Like, I don't know. I feel like Pete would have to do something for him in exchange or something at least, but also do something that doesn't put the whole universe at risk in any way, shape, or form. That's really out of character to me.
Yeah, it kind of cheapens Doctor Strange, especially with like the responsibility that he learns of like his role as Sorcerer Supreme, or to be Sorcerer Supreme in the first Doctor Strange, and then of course the whole like 14 million different outcomes and biting the bullet for the one that could work if everything goes right, which he has no control over.
I still think that was kind of dumb, but I mean, if we skip over that, yeah.
Well, no, but it's like he's been aware and made hard
Yeah,
decisions for grave matters, and then it's like,
he's
oh
been
yeah, if I fuck
cautious.
this up, you know all this crap that could happen, just
Yeah,
so I
yeah, I
can
agree.
like
It's like
make a
he's
birthday
very
wish for you.
he witnessed. I thought the Dormammu thing was like the ultimate example of like, okay, there are real threats and there's real, you could screw up things that affect the universe. Let's be careful. Let's approach cautiously. And yeah, it was like, oh yeah, let me flimsy flamsy. I'll get you a soda through the 8th dimension. It's like, what? Like, I don't know. It's like, no. It could destroy the universe though, but it's worth that drink. It's just, no. You wouldn't do that. See, that'd actually be more funny if like he's teaching Wong or something, and Wong screws up or something. I don't know. Like, you say this would be a good little challenge for him. I usually did one on Wong all the time where he forgets his memory or something, and it's like, okay, so let's see if Wong could do this thing. And then,
Well,
if something
Wong
happens,
was like, and Wong was like, "Well, leave me out of it." I'm like, "Damn, that's it." As Sorcerer Supreme, Wong's like, "I gotta go, but leave me out of that."
I know you're about to do something that I just said is like forbidden or something, but whatever. That's also dumb too. I agree. Yeah,
It's
I didn't
worse
think
than
about that.
Pontius Pilate, where he's like, I don't know, my hands are clean of this. Like,
It's like, I'm not gonna, I didn't give you the gun, but I also didn't stop you from taking the gun. He's like Peter from Spider-Man.
And even though I'm the person who's supposed to stop you from using the gun.
Yeah, and it's like, it just seemed, that was kind of reckless of him. I kind of think he'd be like, I'm gonna try to make sure you can't do that again. Like, I don't know. I wish they could have done something else to some other reason as to how the fuck other things come here, because their explanations are also just really dumb to me. Everybody that knows you is coming here. It's just like, I don't know. That I don't like. I'd rather not have known why they're here rather than that being the reason. That just does not seem to make any sense.
For the amount of time, I will say, for the amount of time they had, and for what they had to accomplish to move the story forward, I will give them credit for having put it together in such a way that you find yourself going, wait, what? And then you let it go to move forward.
I feel like the average moviegoer would be totally satisfied and be like, that makes 100% sense. But for us who like to think about it a little longer, it's like, I don't know about that one. It's kind of, no. Especially with Doctor Strange stuff, I wish they just, like, I really wish they think about what they do, because it is magic and crap, but it's also, it does weird stuff with stakes when you say stuff like this, like, oh yeah, I'm just going to do this memory wiping spell, as if that's a casual thing. But then it could also rip open the universe, and then other people come into it. If you slip through, like, I don't know, it just, and I guess
this might be exactly what I'm saying. Like, without even thinking, it's like, this is why this film feels hollow. Where like there was very satisfying moments and good emotional delivery of scenes, but at the same time, I'm like, something's really off this movie for me. And I think this is it. This is going to be like Force Awakens, where we're all like, woo, yippee, and then you're like, you're literally like, wait a minute, this was stupid.
I would say that a lot of the stuff that happens is great, but like how we got there was shit. That's what I feel like.
Yeah, for the for people like us who really think about it, really look into it, who are looking for a movie that is so good and so perfect, I get that and I agree. But once we got there, you're right. The acting, for considering all three of the Spider-Man had to be in an emotional state, it was really cool.
It's like even having like Doc Ock arrive, it's like this was done well. This stuff was done pretty good, and like all these interactions, but how they got here,
I personally, I see that stuff, and I get it, and of course I think about it like for a minute, but I know I can't. I'll have to see it on a second viewing or a third, and I think about it more then. But I totally push it aside because I'm not there to see all that bullshit. I'm not a casual moviegoer, of course, but I know enough to say, well, give me the meat. I'm tired of the vegetables.
By this point in Marvel, what is this, like the 50th film, 30th film?
It's like 27, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we know what to expect for the most part. I guess like they'll have some explanations, but they just won't make sense half the time. If you think about it. So it's Absolutely. Like, okay, sometimes they do it. That's the thing. Sometimes they do it well, and that's when that's refreshing. It's like, oh yes, that kind of this works, and that makes sense that this character would act this way or do that.
Infinity
So,
War.
Yeah.
This had some good stuff in there.
Yeah, but good examples of that. Good examples of that. But anyway, so he was moving along with this, I guess. So yeah, he cast the spell, and Peter's like, I don't want everybody to forget. It's kind of weird how awkwardly he mentions everybody slowly to it, and then how he's adding more to the spell. He's like, oh, I can't stop it. It's like, I don't know. That's kind of weird. Like the rules, I wish that they just have more consistent rules with this magic. We don't have to understand what all of it is and why, but you know how like the Force somewhat has like some things have some type of rules. Like Gandalf can't like just fly in the air. He has to take a horse. He can't just fire blasts like in Harry Potter, like all the time. Like he has to do certain things to do stuff. It's kind of more grounded in some way. Even if it's magical, you don't know how it happens, but you can understand that it happens.
But how did the talking affect it? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, and how come you can't stop it? No, you just can't. But with any spell ever? Or just with this, with the portal making, is the portal making like level 1 of wizardry? Like this is how he's open portals. Because Ned does it later.
Spell? Can you pause? Like that's the trick. Like
yeah, because it's magic. I don't understand why it wouldn't be able to. I don't know. That's all.
A simple line at the beginning of it where he says, "Okay, Peter, I can't stop the spell once it starts. Are you ready?" That would have been enough to like, okay. I get at least that much would be grounded.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and then what gets me is that as he kept talking, it affected the spell. I assume it affected the spell, right?
Well, so I guess the way they're doing it was that he starts with a circle that he's spinning around, and then when he says, "Hey, can you make it so my girlfriend still knows it's me?" and then he draws another circle, and they're both like wiggling and wobbling. Then he adds another circle, and then so he has like 5 different rings going around, and they're wobbling together, I guess, and that becomes harder to keep them from touching.
Mm-hmm.
And then he has to shove it into a hole. I just hated that it was another box.
Oh my god! I just realized something
go ahead.
Awful. They didn't have the rent guy.
I know, right? At the very
That'd
end, that
been funny
nice.
If like all the people know Peter, and then it's like, "Where's my rent?" Like
that would have been great. Peter, I need the rent, please. You'll get your damn rent when I'm ready.
When I fix this damn door.
That's it. Yeah. I miss it.
He's like, "Oh, you meant my rent guy, huh?"
That'd be funny.
That'd be funny. Yeah, I'd never defeated him before.
That'd be cool. He turned into a villain, the rent guy.
Yeah, I am a rent guy. I will make you pay. Or something. But okay, so what happens next? He fudges up, and then did they know that something wrong happened, and then he left, or what? What happened after the spell thing?
He thought he contained it.
He contained it.
He contained it, and then just Peter went home.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, he also. Oh, I'm sorry. What during this whole thing? This is what confused me when I heard spoilers beforehand. When people were talking about the college thing, I thought that the college thing was a minor mention of motivation, but no, Strange and him this is a long thing that they talk about with freaking college, and then he's like, "Oh, you can always argue against it or something," and it was like, "Oh, I can." He's like, "Yeah."
I felt that was kind of a social commentary about how everyone wants stuff so easy. Just give me, and then it's like, oh, if I actually put in a little effort, I could have maybe changed this instead of like this ridiculous, like solve spell.
You went to magic shit instead of calling them and trying to argue for something. See, I just thought like his aunt might have suggested that rather than, oh no, you didn't get into anything. But I guess she didn't see his last result. He just went straight there. I guess. Okay, I guess that's fine. It's just if that's what they're doing with it. That is kind of funny then, I suppose. But I don't know. I thought it was jarring how often college came up in their conversation. It's like, wow, this is really what they're harping on right here. But then, so what happens after the spell thing is done, and he just goes? Is that when he just immediately sees Doc Ock, or did something else happen?
Well,
I'm forgetting
that's
now.
when Flash comes in, where he's like
Yeah.
going to some mixer or some shit, and that woman's supposed
Right.
to be there from the school, and so he gets the idea like, oh, can you like get me like in a room with her? And it's like, well, she left, but you might be able to find her here. So then like he's using the suit to try to like swing on the freeway to like find her in her car.
Oh
That's
yeah,
when
how did
Ock
Flash
pops up.
know? How did Flash know that that's where she'd be? Or
He had a
Well,
picture.
she was
with
going
her.
to the airport.
is there
And
just
she said
one
she
road
had
to the
see it.
airport? Like,
Mhm.
I don't know. That was kind of.
It'd probably be the main route they would go from wherever they were.
I guess so. I was like, it just makes me think. It's like, oh, they're on the road. Okay, we go and I'll find them now on the road. It's like, okay.
That's when you're watching it and you're like, finally, and then Doc Ock comes in pretty smooth. I thought they did really good with that. The action was awesome.
Well, I liked how he approached her on the he's just in his suit, like in like a suit and tie, and knocks on the door while they're in traffic on the bridge.
Yeah, that was cool.
It's
'cause
just
it's
kind of
like
like, yeah,
awkward.
hi, I'm dumb, and if you don't want MIT to be dumb, you can do that. And it's that type of humor that's not exactly funny, but it's kind of funny in how dumb it is, I guess.
It makes you think about your younger self, when you tried to, talk to somebody but it was really important you got it right.
Yeah, it's like he was not doing anything right in that moment in the conversation, and we're in the location. It's like this is not working out very well for you.
I've done that.
Luckily, he got attacked by Ock and then had to save her. And then she's like, "All right, you're good."
That was really cool when. Sorry, go ahead, guy.
Oh no, go on.
The nano freaking stuff got on him. You know what I mean? Like he could control Doc Ock. That shit was awesome. That was real smart. See, when I saw it do that, I thought, oh man, Doc Ock's gonna like upgrade his shit.
Well, hold on. Let's get to that in a minute. With that, so when he entered, I mean, we all. This was all in the trailer, right? Like Doc Ock's thing.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting honestly because I just see things all the time and I don't remember if I actually saw that or before this at this point. Like, was that in the trailer or not? Or is that just rumors and spoilers that everybody knew about or not? Yeah. So, do you guys like that? When the first thing and he's like, "Yeah, where's my machine?"
Oh yeah, yeah. I like that because if you watch the Tobey Maguire movies, they say, and I think after having seen it twice, I agree. And I actually watching some Tobey today. Once you get there to the end, I guess of the second one, really, you could just jump to this movie. And when you get to that part, apparently, because he said he had Peter and he was choking him, and then he somehow ended up there. I like that. So when I'm watching the movie, having watched a bunch of things, about the trailer and people talking about what it would be, what it could be, it was really satisfying. Yeah, I liked it a lot.
I'm trying to remember. At what point is he choking Peter in Spider-Man 2?
When he's in the water, when the building's coming down, and he's about to like take control over his arms to like destroy the machine.
That's in the final act.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he chokes him multiple times, but at the
that's why I was confused. I was like, when
at the
he chokes
end,
him, I was like,
at the end, when he's got Mary
Jane
hostage, and Spider-Man comes to save her, he's got to destroy the machine that
he goes.
built.
Yeah,
he chokes him a lot. He's into choking.
But okay, yeah. So wait, if that's where he was when he got pulled out, when he gets put back in, his arms still work. So okay, never mind. He's good. He'll be all right. Where Electro got pulled out, though, I don't know if when he goes back he'll be okay or not. That seems like he'll be fucked. But
yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. Where it's like, oh no, like yeah, because like I know we're jumping past that Doc Ock thing, and we won't get to the nano thing, but when like they get them all, and it's like, all right, send them back, and it's like, wait, like there's still probably like an hour more of this movie. Like this can't be like what's going to keep it going, because it's like, oh, they kind of solved it already. Like
yeah, like an episode of it, like it's like a one episode of a show. You're like, oh wow, it's already done.
Yeah, and I was telling Rookie like he hasn't got to this point, but in like Breaking Bad, like I think season 2, because the whole thing is like, all right, I got to sell enough meth to make this money for my family before I die. And then like season 2, he gets there, and it's like, oh, I guess the show's over. And but then they like find a
Roll
way to
credits.
like go past it and have like a bigger plot. And that's
Right.
how this movie was, where it's like, well, they kind of solved everything. And it's like, what? Oh, this is going to be the conundrum.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, but we'll get back to that in a sec. So yeah, with Doc Ock, they start fighting. He's pulled out of Spider-Man 2 essentially and plopped right here. And he's like, okay, well, that's weird. Okay, whatever. Spider-Man's over here. Let me go get him. He probably took my machine or something. I don't know the logic specifically to it, but that's one that I'm actually totally okay not thinking about very much. 'Cause like at that point, it's like, whatever. I don't know. That's a little different. And that's not anything on the writing. I just don't want to think about it. So
Yeah, I'll say
he's
the
like, okay, he
Spider-Verse
probably took it.
I was gonna say, I'll say the Spider-Verse made a lot more sense with like essentially Kingpin's trying to like resurrect his wife and I think kid. He did something that got him killed, so he's like trying to like bring him back. And so he's got like some fusion machine or some shit. And so like that's how they do like the multiverse in that movie. So like that was more seamless than whatever the fuck this is. Where it's like,
Yeah,
okay,
it's like
just
that. That's
pull
all
them
I'm saying.
whatever.
It's like if he was in the middle of choking Spider-Man, if he was in the middle of choking Spider-Man and his machine's there, and then he appears here and he's like, "Where's my machine?" And there's Spider-Man, and it's a new suit, and like I don't know, it's kind of like, okay, I guess he's crazy though because of the arms, so they're just kind of more single-minded with it, just trying to get the power thing. So I guess that's fine. And fighting Peter and everything, he's got his Iron Spider suit on, does a little spidery battle. He's like, we got competition. And it has a little thing. I was like, okay, that's fine. It's actually fine. Makes enough sense here. I think that's a good use of the spider legs thingy that he has with the spider suit. So that was all right. And I kind of like how you're not stuck with that suit the whole movie. Switches up a few different times with some different ones, different attributes essentially.
Yeah, I really did like that black and gold suit.
I didn't. Yeah. It was inside out of the red suit, and it had all these wires sticking around. And I I'm weird about things being clean and shit, and so I was like, no, it's gonna mess up. Fix that shit, But it looked cool though, yeah.
Yeah, but so with the fight with Ock, there's I do like how throughout the whole thing, Peter's trying to save people constantly as it's happening in this battle. Like he's hardly focused on Doc Ock at all. He's really just trying to save people because he keeps on throwing cards at everything and throwing stuff around. And so he's keep on trying to save people, saves the chick that he's supposed to have an interview with. And then he kind of gets pinned in the process of trying to save her. And, he's
Rookie, if you think about it, he's trying to save her while these giant construction cylinders made of concrete are crushing other cars, possibly with people in them.
Like, possibly. But yeah, yeah, it's like, well, there's a lot of things going on there. I guess he can only do so much at that time with it. And he did go back and forth with some people here and there. Yeah, I suppose. And there was a lot of people running in the beginning, so there's probably only like some people around. That's why there's still some in the fire, but not everybody.
What about the lady who couldn't get her kid out in time, right when that cylinder came over?
I don't remember.
I'm just kidding.
But that could have been in there. I just don't remember.
Yeah, like
I was like, oh fuck, did I miss that? Fuck,
it wasn't in there. But like, that's the point I'm trying to make. Like, I can't get my kid out. You're gross. Fuck you.
No, if that was in Man of Steel, he would have just been like, "No, let it kill me."
Pretty much. Pretty much.
He'd be like, "Let it kill me."
Let's the tornado suck him away.
Don't save me, Pete. Let it crush me.
Like, what?
Why?
Don't let him know you're Spider-Man. Like,
yes.
It's like
that would be a funny swap Peter and Bruce Wayne from their universes with each other and their stories. It's like, with Aunt May and with the dad, and they're like, what? Like these different values here. That'd be kind of funny. But
anyway, it would turn out that May is short for Martha.
Clever. I didn't even think about that.
Why did you say that name?
We got something here. have the Joker versus Spider-Man and stuff. Like, this
Oh,
would be
man.
I was
funny.
just joking.
There'd be some
I was
interesting
totally off.
matchups.
I was totally off,
Yep.
but in the same vein, I was joking with my friend about like, dude, I want to make an edit with like put Foghorn Leghorn in Predator.
Well, now he's got these pointy ears.
I say, what the hell is that?
Yep, he's over there.
It's always
so-
yep, can't get a word in, boy.
Why are you wearing this suit?
Yeah, so pins Spidey, can't get the words out. Pins Spidey to the bridge leg or whatever, and he's like, "Well, I'm just gonna kill you, I guess." Here, I forget why he was so quick to want to kill him. I don't remember if in
Really?
Spider-Man 2 he wanted to kill Spider-Man or if he wanted to use him still at that point. I don't quite remember if he was hellbent on killing him or not.
I think the
Well,
arms
in
wanted
Spider-Man
to kill-
2, in Spider-Man 2, when he had the accident, and it fried the chip, so it fused the arms. Spider-Man, like in his mind, destroyed his working machine by pulling the plug on it. And then he comes to in the hospital, and so then he's trying to steal money to fund a new machine, and then Spider-Man foils him, and then they have these battles. So then it's like, oh, let me get Spider-Man to trade with Osborn to get my I don't know, fictitious element.
And this is after that.
unobtainium.
He
Yeah.
gives him to Osborn after the train scene, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
Okay.
yeah, and then Spider-Man's trying to destroy the second machine, and he has Mary Jane hostage, and so that's when he's supposed to like blip into this universe before he dies.
Okay. So he's okay with trying to kill Spider-Man. Okay, cool.
Yeah, because it's like Spider-Man repeatedly is like foiling him or his, at odds with him.
Right.
So
I don't remember if
maybe-
he still was kind of wanting him to be alive or not. So I was like, okay.
Yeah, at first it was just like, oh yeah, he kind of fooled my shit, but I'm still focused on the machine. Then it's like,
He'd
oh,
flick him
yeah,
out of
this
the
guy's-
way, but then he's like, "You're in my way again. Get the fuck out." I got you.
Yeah, so then it becomes personal. It's like, all right, kill this
So that
spider,
actually adds up even more than what I was thinking as to why he wants to kill him so quick. He went right to the "I'm just going to kill you now, bye," and tries to stab him. And then I do like this is small detail kind of stuff that I do like that keeps some type of consistency with the nanotech. The nanotech, around certain area can be more dense or something, and block a blow or heal something. And so he, taking it away from other parts of his body to that one spot where he's about to get stabbed saves him, and reveals his face, of course, with that. And he's like, "Oh well, you're not Peter," and then that allows it to attach to the arm. And I just Flip was saying earlier, I was thinking too. I was like, "There's no way that it's gonna, that his arms are gonna be overpowering the nanotech, right? That's kind of weird." It seemed intentional. I didn't understand if Pete wanted the nanotech to do that or if they did that on their own. That was kind of weird.
I think they did it that way because you were led to believe like, oh shit, now Doc Ock has it. But then they pulled the trick on you and like, oh no,
I guess I'm talking in terms of how the nanotech works. Like when Iron Man got stabbed by Thanos, the nanobots didn't go like, "Oh yeah, let's go to Thanos now." Like, let's go climb on him. And I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know why they would
go over there.
Well, yeah, like unless Pete wanted them to.
Yeah, no.
But I feel like he was busy just dodging death a second ago to not be thinking about that.
Right.
So what do you think, Angus?
Yeah, no, that whole sequence, even though it kind of turned out right, it doesn't make sense. Like, this is probably on the nanotech shit. Like, like with Iron Man, it seemed kind of consistent, but it's still like, is it working off like his Neuralink or something? Like the
Presses buttons a second later, like
no, remember in Civil War when it starts and he's like young Robert Downey with his parents, and then it turns out it's like the barf tech. I don't know if they ever explain that like the nanotech can like go off of like essentially his thoughts to, instead of like, hey suit, do this, like it used to be. where it's like some of it just works off of his brain pattern. They never really explained the nanotech how it actually works. To like shift and stuff and fuse and shape
Right, yeah, I
shift.
assume
And
with
so
Stark,
I
it was
just
more what he thinks. You're right.
guess
Yeah.
it's barf tech. I guess it's just barf tech where it's like instantaneous, like, oh fuck, I'm gonna get stabbed, and it just like self-defense kind of thing. But yeah, it's not really easily explained, and yeah, it doesn't make sense. So I'm watching it and I'm like, oh shit, it like has like changed and kind of upgraded his claws. Oh shit. But then it's like Parker like it's like, haha, I'm in control of your arms.
No,
And
no,
it's
he
like,
has
oh, I
to
guess that
press
didn't work
button.
out.
He had to press buttons on his arm and then pair it like a Bluetooth, and then have control
Yeah.
over the arms. And I was like,
Yeah,
would
no,
that
it's still
be necessary?
inconsistent. It's still inconsistent and wonky. Like, what is this tech? How do you actually control it? Because
I
they show
agree
us
with
two
you.
different ways.
I feel like that was done again for the casual audience that wouldn't understand what happened. So it was like, oh look, with the thing that says pairing now we know that he is in control or something. And it's like,
Exactly.
huh? Okay, I guess it's something I can get over.
But
like,
no, the way they execute it was like, yeah, the way they showed it, it seemed like Doc was like taking over his.
he was like, I'm
nanotech, and
impressed.
it's
This
like,
is
oh
pretty
no, not
cool.
really.
Yeah, he's like, I'm impressed with you. Now I'm gonna
It's like
kill you. It's like,
It's like the nanotech is like a predatory symbiote.
This is the perfect example of I loved it, but it doesn't make any fucking sense, and that part of me hates it. Like,
and you know what? This is the reason, even though people love this movie, like it's gonna do fabulous. I mean, it's just great. And the directors and people at the board meetings at Disney and Marvel will go, we did good. What did we do? What was it that they liked, and all this shit. Oh, well, we did some silly shit where the tech didn't make any sense. So let's do that again. And that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? Because they're going to do it in another show or another movie where it just absolutely really doesn't make any sense, where the character and setup and the development of everything is just going to be poorly done too. I can't pick which show this will be, but it'll be in one very soon. And we're all going to go, man, that was garbage. And knowing full well that we bought it in Spider-Man.
yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I can't wait till Red Letter Media does a review of this and just like tears it apart in ways I didn't think of. Like, oh god, that was even dumber than I remember. Like,
yeah, that's what's funny, because like again, I really loved the movie, but there is like on a writing level, there's a lot of things I just wish were a little better. Like, and I feel like they like this type of like the nano things going to his arms, I think can make sense, but the way they kind of show us doesn't make sense. Like, if there's a different way they could have done that, I would have enjoyed that more.
Yep, it doesn't, but it's a great movie anyway.
But like, if he had to like trap his tentacle thing on something when like he couldn't he's out of web shooting stuff, and he has to like, I don't know, nanotech it or something. Like that could have been something. I don't know.
I think that the nanotech probably, because it's Stark, and he wanted to protect Peter. Maybe it just did that on purpose or something.
Or hold on, like actually, because like isn't he supposed to be like really smart in general, Peter Parker?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Like if he were to be like, oh, those are mechanical things, and he's doing those are probably controlled by something, and like if he were to go, oh, if I could get my hands on that, and I don't know, like if he was intentionally trying to do something at least, and maybe he was struggling to, and then when he does get stabbed, it's like, now I can do this. Here's my chance. I'm finally, I can do it now, or something.
Like, I'd buy either of those, but you're left not knowing.
Yeah. But anyway, we can go past the bridge scene here. He's like, he gets control of the arms, and then Ock's like, what the hell, man? He's basically held hostage by his own tentacles, now controlled by Peter. Which is kind of funny. I like how he still tries to punch Peter a few times as he's walking by. He's like, wait, hey, you're supposed to stop now. You're done. Like, I got you. So, and then he wraps the tentacle around him to keep him from punching him. And I was going to say the teacher, the board lady, the college chick, whatever, was like, you're a bad man. Why don't you do that? It's kind of dumb, but kind of funny. It's like, I feel like it'd be funnier if it was like an old lady. Like a really old lady, be like, you whippersnapper trying to throw cars at people? What's wrong with you? This isn't Hot Wheels. That would have been kind of funny. But with this chick, I was like, yeah, I get what they're doing, which some people laughed in my theater. I was like, okay, that's fine. But what happens next? right away. Hold on, Green Goblin comes in, right?
At some point, Green Goblin throws a grenade.
See, that's why this is the pace. This is the kind of thing where sometimes the pace is good, and then sometimes it speeds up so fast. I'm like, so what part of the movie was this, or what? Like, okay, so yeah, right after all of that, you hear or whatever his laugh was, and then throws the little goblin grenades, and you see him, and then boosh, a portal teleports them away, and then we're in the wizard dungeon.
Boosh.
The bush.
You said boosh, a teleport.
Boosh, right.
Yeah.
Boosh.
And then he's like, no what? Where am I?
Right.
Yeah, some of these people have leaked through from the spell. I've caught them. And then like he like takes his web shooter and is like, all right, here you go. Now it's there's a Doctor Strange web shooter. Go catch some other bad guys.
That's
Pretty much.
This is a decent setup for a video game, kind of.
I was thinking that while I was watching it. That's crazy.
I was like, hey, there's villains that have been brought into our universe. You got to send them back to their own. So you got to go out and catch each one. You know, pick your posse and then go get them. You know,
absolutely
kind of funny. And they have the lizard already caught there from the Amazing Spider-Man, and that's the only one they had, right? And then they had Doc Ock, and I do like Doc Ock's comments. He's like trying to focus on all this stuff happening, and he's still kind of under the influence of the tentacle things, but he's still saying stuff that's kind of okay. He's still like intrigued by all this shit. It's like, what the hell? Like, who the hell is this guy? Like with this stuff, especially in their world where there's like limited people with powers and stuff. There's not that many with all these things going around.
Like Green Goblin is from a military prototype, like super soldier thing. And not as like wacky as like Captain America, and Doc Ock was like, hey, these arms are to contain this experiment, this power source. So it's not like ridiculous power level like tech or anything. It's like
Sandman fell into a thing or whatever, and
some fusion thing, yeah.
And what's his face got attached by alien goo. So,
yeah. Venom's the only like actual like over the top ridiculous like just completely like fictional kind of delivery of a villain in that universe. The other couple are like it's still like wacky sci-fi, but it's like it has like a sense of realism to it.
It's that believable sci-fi where they don't have to step too far out of our comfort range to go, okay, I could kind of buy this.
Yeah. So it's like, it kind of makes sense that like you teleport them into this world, and it's like, what the fuck is this guy doing magic? Like,
yeah. So you're right. So he gets his mission, to start, but he's like, he keeps on talking to Strange. He's like, I need help still with it. And he's like, oh, okay, I'll bring them here. I can't believe we're in the Sanctum Sanctorum. Neither can I. Like, it's kind of little funny banters here and there.
Yeah.
And yeah, so you have Ned and MJ are now at the thing. They're going to go help out Peter. And Strange is like, oh, you guys have all this work to do. Congratulations. And I don't know what you guys, I did kind of like her response. She's like, yeah, the spell that you fudged up, you're giving us all this work to do. A lot of people don't like MJ. Point. But I'm like, no, this makes perfect sense. That this dude's like, oh, you kid, you messed it all up. And it's like, you're the dumbass who just went right into the spell without clarifying anything with him and tried to do this in the first place. That's all on you, buddy.
Absolutely. I love that.
And you were advised against it by Wong. So it's like, no. What's up, Gil Caneda? What's up?
Hola, joke man.
Oh yeah, I loved it too, man. I loved it, but there's still things I don't like about it. So we're kind of going over both as we go through the story here. There's been a lot of good things that I like, but then a lot of things that I'm like, you could have little tweaks would have made this pretty good, essentially. But otherwise, they go flimpy.
This is the problem I have with the MCU is that you have something like this with so much ideas thrown in there that like they just like gloss over and you run with it, and it's like it's benefiting from like a huge long series where it's like whatever, it's just watch it, stuff happens, we're gonna go do another one after this. It's like they get by with lazy writing versus
Where's our Spider-Man cut, like the Snyder cut, but Spider-Man? Where's our bigger cut? That's 4 hours, you know.
Like if it wasn't an MCU like franchise film, like no one would get by with like all the glossing over all these details in a film.
They still give a lot of details, but you're right. They also gloss over a lot of stuff, or they quickly get over them. They present it and get over it so quick. It's like, well, wait, hold on.
I mean, don't think about it. Just watch it.
Like you just started, and now you're like the jail thing in the beginning. It was like, oh, murder, but that's completely dropped. Like except for JJ or J Jonah, J Jonah, the Triple J. Except for him, he's the only one that kind of brings up that you're a murderer still. No one else cares after the first half of the movie. But the team they got to Scooby-Doo this shit, which I don't know. Like, I guess it was funnier the first time. It was extremely less funny the second time to me. I'm like, God, they're still here with this joke. Like, come on. Yeah, that's the case where I'm kind of like, you can move along now. The scene can move to the next one. And then they duct tape a phone to his chest with the black suit. I didn't really. There's green goo, green Nickelodeon slime on his other suit that you see in a montage.
Yeah, what was that even from?
I guess that's supposed to be an example.
Someone slimed him.
Yeah, someone on the street was like, "Fuck you," and he didn't say that, but he's like, Spider-Man, you're a murderer. And then you just see green goo and slime on him, and it's like, oh well, okay. And he couldn't get it out, and then he has a brief conversation with Aunt May that she'll wash it or something.
Well, just the thought process of like someone's like, I'm gonna teach Spider-Man the murder. I'm gonna throw green goo on him.
Thank you. I was like, I don't know.
He has a tie to Stark Tech. He can just get another suit, you dumb fuck. Like
it would have been funnier if it was something like if somebody sprayed a raid on him or something. That would be funny as fuck. You have like 3 old ladies now. Yeah, spiders.
I've been waiting for you, Spider-Man.
Going to meet your worst nightmare. Raid. That would be kind of funny. But so hold on. So he's wearing a black suit. Do either of you know why? Where he got that from? It was. There's also duct tape. There's a lot of duct tape on it. I was confused.
Suit. It's the red suit that got green goo on it. He just turned it inside out.
Oh, that's what that was. I thought it was like a new suit.
No, I thought he dropped the suit off at Aunt May's or something.
No, he turned it inside, and like that's why you see all the wires on it, like. And shit.
I thought that was a clean new suit.
Yeah, I thought it was like he just patched a bunch of clothing together or something and held it together with duct tape. I was so confused with what the hell. Where'd they get that from?
I thought the black and gold was like a new suit with like actual like kind of like Tobey Maguire, kind of like that ribbing of the web where it's like an actual like texture. That's what I thought it was. So, like, yeah, I somehow totally glossed by. I did not realize that was an inside-out suit.
A slight moment, guys. There's a slight moment when he's looking at it and watching it where he turns it and you can see the inside of it is black.
Yeah. Okay.
Flash moment. Yeah.
Yeah, there's just so many things. I think there's a lot of details people miss because it goes so fast. It's just like, well, hold on. What? Now we're here and swinging in the jungle or in the forest now.
You're right. Yeah.
And then you see Electro there. Well, first I think you see the ground move first, but you don't pay attention to that really. And then you see Electro start to appear because he's in energy form. Because in Amazing Spider-Man 2, he was yanked from when he was doing the Itsy Bitsy Spider song or something.
I haven't seen that one in a long time with Andrew Garfield.
No, yeah, I remember that. It's funny. I haven't seen it in years, but I remember I thought it was cringe back then that he was like doing like dubstep with like electric or some shit. I didn't even realize it was supposed to be Itsy Bitsy Spider. That's even gayer. Like
it was like dun 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 dun. Like it was like that. It was like, oh jeez.
Yeah, it's like tones, like you're hitting like a keyboard with like an effect on it. Yeah, I feel like it's like they think it's ISIS, then it turns out they're ninjas. Like scary, gay, scary, gay.
Yeah, scary, gay, scary, gay. Exactly, yes. And so he appears, and I gotta say, this version of Electro if you guys actually go back and watch the older like Spider-Man 2, Amazing Spider-Man 2, like he is a total dork, I guess. Or I guess he's trying to be cool in Amazing Spider-Man 2 and fails as Electro. Like he thinks he's cool. Don't you know I'm Electro? He thinks he's cool, but he's like totally not. And then in this one, somehow he has a bunch of like charisma and charm. I was like, okay, it's kind of all right. He's like kind of like a little bit of swag in his attitude, and I'm like, all right, I can kind of see that. All right,
That's
sounds
the
good to
difference
me.
in directors. You know what I mean? Like one director's like, act this way, do like this, and then he wasn't happy with the way that turned out. You know, there was a little bit about that. If you're watching YouTube and finding shit before the movie came out, and he was not happy with it. So, you know, that's why he's more swag and shit.
Yeah, you gotta think, like, just a few years before that film, he won an Oscar for Ray, and now he's doing like, don't you know I'm Electro? It's like, oh
Yes,
god.
probably one of his worst performances, and he's humiliated by that. He's like, no. But that's what I kind of like about this film, is it makes fun of them, but also bolsters them in better ways than they were in their own movies, kind of.
True.
Like real quick, if Fat Santa Seagal, what's up, buddy, in the chat, says, yeah, he had a comb over. I think he's referring to Electro. I don't remember.
Before when he was Max, before he morphed with the eels.
Right. He into a Power Ranger? No? Okay. No, different morph. I gotcha. But so yeah, I kind of liked his attitude, and he's like, his power is kind of good. I think he's kept on saying that he likes it better here compared to his world. I assume because there's higher levels of technology on our planet in this Earth compared to that one. I assume he said that quite a few times, like that he likes the energy here. He likes the feel. I don't remember the exact wording, but Flip, you saw it twice. Like,
I want to get some more of that energy.
Like, do you know what he's referring to, or can you assume? I assumed it's because there's so much technology on our planet compared to the other one.
I agree, but like, you can have better technology, but it doesn't change the energy. Like, it doesn't change.
Yeah, that was kind of stupid.
Hold on. Like, doesn't the arc reactor itself kind of like make it a little different? Like he that's what he got at the end, was the arc reactor.
It's getting a lot of energy. Sure, that could be like the way they were trying to make it sound. Like, I'm getting a whole bunch of energy. I like that.
And I think they imply that it's like the power of a sun. I think Ock specifically says that, like the power of the sun in the palm of your hands. Like,
yeah, no,
I don't know if these statements actually mean anything when they say it, if that's what they think, or if that's what they're saying and it's true. I don't know if there's a difference.
Well, okay, here's the thing I was thinking of. What I was thinking of when he was saying that, like, it feels different here, is like in the What If series, at the end, like Ultron with the Infinity Stones, he like somehow attains all his power to then like cut across different universes, and so he's like on the level of like the Watcher, how he can like just travel through them, which doesn't make sense though, because like they break their own rules, because they did this in like DC Marvel crossover where it's like Thanos can't use the Infinity Gauntlet outside of the universe he got it in, so his gauntlet's powerless when he crosses over like the DC world. And that's how it's supposed to be. Like, different universes of the Infinity Gauntlet work differently. So like, you can't, within Marvel multiverse, you can't cross a universe with a different Infinity Gauntlet and expect it to work. And so the whole conundrum is like, oh yeah, we got this gun that like will blow up like the Infinity Stones or whatever, but then it doesn't work because it's from a different universe. So like the whole plot eats itself. But like, so that's how I took it, was like Electro's from a different universe, so like the electricity of this universe we're in is like a totally different from what he's from. I mean,
Okay,
it's a weird,
fine.
it's a weird, silly
fine.
like sci-fi explanation that most people, the normies, is totally going to fly over their head. But like, that's what I interpreted that as.
So like, it's a different flavor of energy. Like, I know that's
yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
man,
it's
I was used to having snowballs, and now I got Twinkies, man.
Think of it like
Pretty
this.
good.
Think of it like this. It's like electricity in Electro's universe is like coffee, and then he comes to this universe and it's like espresso. It's like amped up.
Yeah. Well, it definitely was amped up because of I guess I'll go back to what Ricky said because of the type of technology, the arc reactor.
Yeah, I guess that was as well. But how I interpret is like what I just explained.
No, with what you're saying, like because the energy is different. I got that, but it's also a whole lot of it because of the arc reactor can deal with it. So maybe a little bit of both.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's not a huge thing, I guess. I was just curious if there was a different explanation than because they don't. I do like how they don't directly answer what he means. I kind of like that. I have to think about it a little. It's like we can assume he just likes there's just power around. So there you go. That's probably what the most people would think. But I'm like, yeah, there's probably other things. Especially with this Earth and the MCU is very different than the other Earth. I would assume. With all the crap that goes on, especially and later he's like, the Avengers. They're like, is that like a band? Like what? Like they have no other heroes out of the world really. So it's like, okay, there's a lot of different stuff and energy here, essentially. I assume, but anyway, so he's fighting Electro, and then he's about to blast little Spidey and electrocute him, and then Flint, Sandman. His name's Flint, right?
I don't know who you are, but I'm going to
Flip
save
Marco.
you, kid.
Yeah,
He
Flip
comes
Marco.
out of nowhere. Sorry.
So what do you guys think of Sandman's entrance? He like blocks the lightning from hitting Peter, and he's like, "Hi, Pete. Remember me? I'm that one guy that from before that turns into sand."
It was weird, like total plot moment. They needed something there, but it worked, and I didn't care because it was totally, fan service, and I was like, "Fuck it, I like this." So
I don't
Yep.
like sand. It's coarse.
yeah.
And hard. It gets everywhere.
Oh yeah, hold on. Fat Santa Seagal.
Say
Fat Santa Seagal asked a very important question. It says, "Could you defeat the Sinister Six with those Amazon sugarless gummies?" Oh, sugarless. Okay. And I said,
What is he talking about?
I have no idea. So
No,
Sinister
you need-
Six is Spider-Man villains, I guess.
No, I know what that is. He's talking about the gummies. I'm like, what is he?
I
is that
don't know.
a
I said
specific
sugar.
reference?
I said sugar usually beats everything. He says, I mean the ones that cause massive diarrhea. I don't know where he's going with this. He says, I sent you the link to the reviews equals gold. So I have to investigate this shit. What was going on here? What is going on? So he says, yeah, mass sugar-free gummies here. Okay. I can see with my eyes, and this product is out of stock. Select one of these alternatives. Sorry, Steven, I can't get them. Albanese.
I think he was saying to check the reviews.
Brand is Albanese.
Like the customer reviews at the bottom.
Sugar-free. Oh, the customer reviews. Okay. I'm just reading all these funny words here. Albanese. That sounds funny to me. Let's see here. Important information, blah, blah, blah. Customer reviews. Beware of these little bears. Okay. Oh, Jesus. That's a novel. I don't know if I can read all this. When I picked up this package of colorful, cute little teddy gummy bears at a duty-free shop and this is a whole thing we'll have to do another time. This is like literally a huge page. Digestive overload. It's 5 a.m. and I'm writing this review. These are so delicious. I'm so excited. Every one of these reviews has a freaking story. Holy shit. Tell my mother I love her. These are all just the titles of the reviews.
Do you think he's about to die?
Eat cautiously. Tasty, mostly non-problematic snack for a diabetic. Those are the reviews that I see right there. There's more though, and each one seems very long, which is great, Steven. I might have to. This could be a fun stream material. We do that on the beef tomorrow or something. I guess we can read some of these reviews or something. That is funny, Steven. Where'd you find this stuff, man? That's gold. Right here. Oh, Flip, you gotta go in a little bit?
Yeah, in 30 minutes.
Oh, okay.
It's almost 2 a.m. and I gotta get up and I gotta still go shopping with my mom. I've already got all my stuff, but I gotta help her. She's
Ronaldo's got to shop with his mommy.
I love my mom, man. I would definitely help her. Yeah.
I was hoping you go into character.
Oh,
George Lucas.
I didn't catch that all the way. I was like, what's his name?
I said Ronaldo's got to go shopping with his
Oh,
mom.
Ronaldo. That's right. We gotta get up early and stuff. We gotta get all the peas and stuff. We're gonna make French fries and carrots and peas. Do you like French fries and carrots and peas? And guess
Gotta get ready for Santa Claus.
oh, that's pretty cool.
Gotta get him some sugarless gummy bears and give him massive diarrhea.
The sugary ones, they're the best because they give the cavity. So of course that'll beat the gummy bear people.
He's gonna ship bricks all over the next house's chimney. Have fun cleaning that out.
Yeah,
There you go.
it's pretty cool.
Where were we?
Talking about Sandman, I was joking about the Anakin. I don't like Sand.
Yeah.
No, I was annoyed with Sandman because he's like sidelined and he's probably the best like in-depth character in the Maguire trilogy because he's not really a villain. He just kind of fell into his power and he's just trying to get away and he's wants money. So he's like low-level criminal that gets like a pretty good power set given like his intent. And he's just like wrong place, wrong time kind of guy. And he is the one character that's like redeemed as a villain in that trilogy. And well, I guess Doc Ock was as well, but because he went out destroying his machine that would hurt the world. Himself. But yeah, he dies. So like you get a full satisfying redemption with Sandman, and for him to be in this world, and he's Sandy the whole fucking time. And I was annoyed. with that.
I thought that was because they couldn't get the actor.
I thought that too.
He actually didn't have any lines when he turned human. He didn't say any lines. So I'm like, is that footage from Spider-Man 3?
That's what I was thinking. Reuse footage.
They did that with Leia after she was dead, Carrie Fisher. So I don't know if they probably did. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that he was there.
What do you think his voice was like? How they fake the voice? I
don't even know if it sounded that much like him. Not really. I don't know. Didn't think it sounded that close, but
deep fake, but not perfect,
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of wish that they had something else. I mean, I like the character of him, but yeah, I agree. Like he is, he's an innocent man essentially. He didn't want to do anything bad with the stuff, and just kept on getting worse stuff. But then he had a good little closeout for the most part. And then here, he doesn't really have any motivations. He even says that kind of. He's like, I don't know, I just want to go home.
But then he flip flops.
He's like, I have a daughter though, but I don't care. But then he wants to get the cube for some reason, and it's like, I don't know. You wanted to go back, right? Like,
be human.
I don't understand what he wants at all.
Well, because he flip flopped, yeah, it was really weird. I thought that too. I was like, huh, that's really strange of him to do that because that wouldn't fit his character. But it's one of those things you got to be like, well, fuck it, let's watch the action,
Yeah, and he's like, I don't trust anybody. I'm like, was that part of your character before? I don't know about that. It's kind of new addition, I guess, to and I have no idea when he's plucked from his thing. I don't think they ever mentioned that. Because it's post fighting Spidey, so post Spider-Man 3, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know, because clearly he voice recorded stuff for this film, but I was just reading quick they used old footage from Spider-Man 3 as well, so
yeah, that's what I thought. Because
maybe he had some sort of shooting problem, or maybe just
he didn't want to get the vaccine. Didn't want to get the vaccine or something, probably.
Or he didn't want to do the fucking sand again, so they just CGI'd him as sand the whole time. Because he actually had to be in sand a lot with the morphing back and forth in Spider-Man 3. So maybe it's kind of like a Tim Curry thing when he was Legend. He almost didn't play it because his experience on Legend with that skin suit really freaked him out and he almost overheated and shit. So he's like, yeah, I'm not doing extensive makeup, stuff like that. So all you had to do was wear a skull cap and face paint. So
I can tell you about wearing makeup, man.
The thing about doing sand all the time, you're wet and sandy.
Yeah, makeup and sand, fuck all that. Yeah,
that makes sense.
So yeah, it's probably what happened.
Yeah, but so he's there, and then he Sandman surrounds Electro, and then Spider-Man boy, I forget. He cuts the power off, and then Jamie Foxx is naked, and then he's like, "I'm naked, bro. We
What the hell
chilling out
did
here."
say right there? What did he say? Because I even
He's
watching
saying
it,
something like, "You're gonna act like I'm not." He's like, "You're just gonna act like I'm not naked right here." And he's like, "Yeah."
Yeah, he's like,
I
"Yeah,
thought-
who
I
cares,
thought he
man?"
yeah, I thought he said I'm naked too or something like that.
No, he's like, "You act like I'm not naked." Yeah, that's simple little reaction, and then they poof both of them back to the place. Well, and Sandman gets a little cranky at Spidey, almost tries to attack him for some reason because he poofed Electro. He's like, "What'd you do? You kill him?" Like, just reacted very weird. Like, I kind of wish they did somebody else here. Like, maybe if they had like one of like in the MCU's villains or something here to bring back instead of him, I guess, because he felt so out of place here.
Was Vulture in this? Did they have like?
No,
a
he
quick
was
scene with
not in this
Vulture?
at all.
A good choice, yeah.
Oh
No.
wait, maybe that was the Morbius trailer.
He was in the
That's what it was.
Morbius trailer. Yes.
Yeah.
But no, so I don't know if they could have just had somebody else from the MCU. I think would have been fine for a villain to bring here because I don't know, that's dead already, like from another universe. If you want to say, still, I don't care. Just Sandman didn't fit at all, as he said. But then again, they don't have that many villains to choose from the other two movies or the other two Spider-Man franchises. So what are you gonna do?
I'm kind
I
of
guess
sad, and they could do this in the future. I guess,
Topher
but I'm kind of
Grace.
sad they didn't have Topher's Venom.
Yeah, Topher's Venom. That would
It'd be great that like he was a horrible casting choice for Eddie Brock, but like give him like this whole thing was like like Jamie Foxx, great actor, but he was awful. The way they delivered him in Amazing Spider-Man, and they like kind of rejuvenated him, and now I got people like, hey, make Amazing Spider-Man 3, like finish this out.
No, because that series still wasn't good. They did good here, but I don't know.
Well, yeah, but there's like this push of like Snyder Cut kind of thing where it's like, hey, like make this.
Yeah,
like,
I get it, but I'm responding.
I'm actually
to
behind that because they would be working probably in some capacity with Marvel that would like help fine tune it. Like whatever issues I got with Marvel and the like loosey goosiness of it and how they could just get by with like their name now, still elevated quality compared to that series. So it's like, hey, if they can work with them, I'm all down for.
I don't think Marvel
restarting
would do that
it
at all.
or like I don't know.
I don't
hey,
think
this is an
Marvel
Andrew
would do it at all.
Garfield Spider-Man from another universe. Like,
I don't think Marvel would do it at all. I would like to see a Marvel movie that or show that has the three Spider-Men together.
yeah, we talked about this.
That would be great.
They can call it the Three Peters. Like,
Three
don't
Peters.
even even sell it as Spider-Man. It's just Three Peters. It'd be like a Rick and
that would
Morty.
be great. I love their interactions, and it's like he's like, I never had brothers before. I was like, this is like a good brotherly thing. They're all the same person and different, different things, but they're pretty much the same. And they're like, you have web stuff out of your body. Like, we can get that stuff later or with Flip. Man, should we continue where we are? Or do you want to mention some of your favorite or least favorite parts about the thing before you got to go? Because I don't know. You said you're going to make a video too. You should have enough material to make one after seeing it three times. Out of any of us.
This is my video, man. I'm just kidding. You said it though. My favorite part, I think, like a lot of people, is totally the end where the three spider dudes were together and they were like brothers and stuff. I mean, the ending was so good, and watching the ending like that. I don't want to jump ahead, but you asked what my favorite parts were.
That's fine.
It's because it made me forget all the tiny things that were behind it. You kind of trudge through the beginning a little bit and then get through all that stuff, and that's where I'm at, man. That's where I'm at. Yeah,
I love it. Even like the simple interactions with Ned going, "Hey, Peter," they're all what? Peter Parker, or all Peter Parker, or all Peter Parker. It's like it's like I can't. The computer is just like there's no. And then when they're teaming up and they're trying to fight and they're like, I don't know, we're just swinging around. I don't know what to do. Just not working well together at all. And going, Peter, pass. I thought you were passing it. I thought you were doing this. It's just like a great little.
I'm Peter 1. You're Peter 2.
Yeah, he's like, I guess I'm Peter 3. Sure, whatever. Let's do this. Let's do it.
Right.
And he's like, what I'm used to fighting in a team. I am. And I'm in the
You know what
Avengers.
I
Is
was,
that a
you know what I was
band?
thinking of when like they're like stretching and stuff, and like Garfield kind of like squats down by like scaffolding. That was one of the images that leaked that people were like, "Was this real? Is this like a Photoshop or someone manipulate like old
Oh yeah, that was right.
old like Amazing Spider-Man footage for this still?" And like I was thinking in the theater when I saw like that scene where I recognized like the way he's posing, it made me think of John Campea. He's like, I can't believe I never thought I would ever say this in my professional career, but look at the lighting on Tobey Maguire's cock. Like,
oh yeah, from Campia. That's right. He was really
because he's like, I think this is a real leak.
I'm sorry, I got confused between him and Grace Randolph. They sound so similar. How they talk about actors and their cocks these days. I don't remember,
Oh yeah, the scene when she's talking about Suicide Squad.
Yeah, they're so these reviewers are so similar now. They're hard to tell them apart. They're talking about different cock all the time.
2021's the year of the cock. These reviewers,
pretty much.
But no, before Flip goes, I want to say my favorite part of this film is the end, because I'm watching it and I'm like, I get it. I got an idea of what he's gonna do, and I'm like, but it's Disney. They're probably gonna be like, happily ever after. And no, they like did the bittersweet, like 500 Days of Summer kind of thing of like not really being happy. And it's like the Spider-Man problems with the way, not Spider-Man directly, but just the universe of Spider-Man in this MCU doesn't quite gel with me in totality.
Mm-hmm.
They really nailed him and his essence. Like, as much as I love the Maguire Spider-Man, like this really matched this one like ending moment matched like the appeal I have for that whole trilogy of what Spider-Man means as a hero. Of like, Parker takes a backseat to Spider-Man because of the impact Spider-Man has on the world versus Parker's life. And, you know, he could just restart and bring Ned and MJ back in the fold. And there's like that natural attraction where it's like, clearly this is like a kind of meant to be relationship between them. There's just like a natural chemistry between the characters who now she doesn't know him. And he puts the letter back in his pocket. He's like, yeah, thanks for the coffee. You know, see you around. And, you know, he's Parker doesn't get the girl.
But he saw the injury on her head, and they're in MIT, and he's like, you know, you can see that he's starting to really fold back on it. He's like,
it's like seeing that with like the problems I have with Spider-Man in this universe. I'm like, that's Spider-Man. If you know, initially he's going to, you know, try to like make this shit work with his secret identity and this and that, and either lying to him or, all right, I trust you. Oh, but fuck, someone found out, that's my enemy, and whatever. Like, that's tried and true formula, but like he like knows he's already lived years with her and put her at risk, and she's been hurt. She's almost died. Another Spider-Man had to save her, and so he's like, not selfish, you know. And it's like, that's Spider-Man. And man, that was really sad too when Garfield, you know, because like that was a tease in the trailer. It was like, oh fuck, we're gonna do the Garfield Gwen Stacy scene again, and then
that was great.
He saves her and
really
just starts
good.
like crying. I'm like, oh god, this hurts.
That was really good. Spot on.
That, oh god.
But real quick, just going on what you said with the Spider-Man and all that. I mean, just based on how like you and like other people that love Spider-Man describe him, I feel like this kind of thing works almost better as a thing, because he had all these things that like all these friends and all these things happened that he likes and loves and is attached to, and chose to give all of that up rather than not having it in the first place. Like he chose to have that all go away.
Yeah, well, because like in Amazing Spider-Man, you know, the whole thing is like, yeah, I promised her dad I wouldn't fuck around with Gwen, and then it's like, well, of course, like we're in love, so we're, you know, I just know whatever the angle is, you know, and that costs, you know, ultimately, if he just walked away from Gwen and stuck with his father's request,
she
she'd
would
never
have been
die.
fine. She would have been fine, and it would have been different. But yeah, he went down that route, and what happened to her?
Yeah, it is, and like there's no do over or something. Like this Parker gets like a do over essentially, and he doesn't try to just like restart the same path. And
It's a do over after like she loves him, loves him, and he could be with her, but it's like no, he like this is all
he lies to
working.
her for her own good. She's like, come find me.
Yeah,
and he's like, oh yeah, sure. And
when he seemed like he really did want to, but yeah, just seeing them be successful and happy, it's like, yeah, this all works. This is it's how it's got to be. This is better. Me being in it screws it up, and he sees his Aunt May is still dead, and then he's happy, and it's like it's kind of vague. You and I kind of talked about this before, like the whole removing him from memory. This is a long conversation with that type of thought. Angus and I'll probably talk about this in a bit, but so we'll get there too. But Flip, was there anything else that you wanted to say? Like you said your favorite part. Was there any like least favorite or any other comments you wanted to bring in on it before?
Oh man, you guys were just all talking about this stuff that the whole movie was my favorite part. I liked when they kind of gave away that what's his name, Ned looks like he could become sort of I like that because he was so funny, the parts they used of him. Thank you, Mr. Cape, or it was kind of funny. But he's got power, so he's gonna kind of go into sorcery, I think, and I think that fits him. He's kind of funny and awkward, but I think it'd be a really good thing for the character.
I thought you were going to comment on when he's like, "Hey, do you have any friends?" He's like, "I had a best friend once. He died in my arms after he tried to kill me."
Oh, yeah, Jesus.
That was brutal.
Like, and then you see him like approach Peter for a second, like his Peter, Tom Holland, and then he like walks away. It's like, oh, he's like, oh no,
eggshells.
I'm not going to try to kill you someday.
Right? Yeah, that was it was so funny, because the whole theater felt like awkward, at that moment, because he had just kind of made that whole awkward theater. It's like, holy shit, do we laugh or not? And I'm not the only one that laughed when that happened. Seriously.
Oh, wait.
Quiet.
When you're talking about laughing, okay, so there's moments where people were like, kind of just outbursts reacting and stuff, like when Garfield came in, when he's like trying to like Peter Parker, and everyone's like, oh yeah, like and then McGuire came out, and I'm like, woo, but I'm containing it. Like no one's did it, and I Ricky's like, well, maybe it's just because he was first to the McGuire, so I'm like, I don't know, but there's a whole recency thing and stuff, and there's been this whole weird fandom pretending they love Amazing Spider-Man because they're bringing Garfield back, which is like no one likes his fucking Spider-Man movies, but it's cool that they're bringing him in with this multiverse thing. Like that's cool, but
right.
Yeah, no one cares about his universe. But there's that part when like all the villains are in their tubes at the Wizard Dungeon, and I'm sure you've seen the memes of Willem Dafoe from the first Spider-Man where he's like, I'm something of a scientist myself. And people have like fucked with that. Like, like for Pride, it's like companies when Pride Month starts, like, I'm something of a homosexual myself. And so when they're talking about science, some shit, and then he's like, I'm something of a scientist myself. I'm like, like I was just like an awkward, like blurred out laugh because I was thinking of the memes with that, along with the reference to the first movie, but no one else had any reaction. I'm just like, are you kidding me? Come on, like the memes.
To me, that just sounds like a line that's on par with the "you're not so different, you and I" type of thing. That's what I was thinking of. I'm like, that's such a I am this as well. You are that, and so am I. You are not so different, you and I. Like that kind of a mindset.
Evil villain.
Yeah, I loved how Lizard and Electro are making fun of each other a little bit. They're just kind of trashing on the Amazing Spider-Man movies with that. He's like, yeah, this dude turned himself into a lizard and then tried to turn the whole town into lizards. He's like, it was evolution. It's like, no, that's retarded. And then he's like, I heard you had some. It's like I heard you had some messed up teeth and whatever hair come over with your hair or whatever. And he's like, bad at eels. It's just like, yeah, shut up, man. Those are pretty.
I've never really put in enough effort into the first Amazing Spider-Man where I really thought about like, yeah, wait, he's just going to turn everyone else into fucking lizards. Like, makes sense that he got screwed up with like a prototype.
He's trying to regrow
experiment.
arms and shit. He's trying to regrow arms and stuff.
Yeah, like that makes sense for him. But it's like, oh, let me just fucking turn everyone else normal into a lizard for no reason. So I don't know.
He even offers that to Electro. He's like, I could help you turn into something bigger. Like, what, a lizard? Yes.
It sounded gay.
It's just so simple dialogue. And I liked that kind of humor compared to the typical quippiness of a lot of the stuff. These jokes were funny, but not because they were quippy, but because it's just meta. Funny. Knowing it is funny, and to them it's just a casual conversation that isn't too out of character.
That's good writing.
That I did enjoy that, and how each bit of the characters of the different villains knew some parts about each other, not everything, but some stuff. I kind of like that little addition too.
Research. That's what it told me.
Yeah, it's like the way I'm seeing it is like, or that what I've heard from other people is like, this is like taking the whole Luke Skywalker. This is almost Cobra Kai-ing in a way, like taking characters that existed and either keeping them consistent or doing them better, essentially, or like continuing them and having like an arc, like especially with Amazing Spider-Man and stuff. It's like that he like his movies were shit, but him and his villains in this, it's like this is like making them likable here somehow in this short time they're here. Even with their past is making this all more well-rounded. It's like
those movies were very successful in Japan, and Sony wants to continue his character. I think they're trying to get him to have another movie, a third movie. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true.
For the Amazing Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm, like he's gonna get
that's what Angus was just talking about. Yeah, there's a huge push for it right now. A lot of people think that'll be good. I just don't. I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know. I think like his Spider-Man make him adult like 10, 15 years later or whatever the time jump is, where it's like he's just been kind of like Batman, the way like they set him up in BVS, where it's like he's been doing this for like 20, 30 years. His older. Robin's dead, and so he's just jaded, and he's kind of lost like the magic of being a hero. And now it's just like
in this movie, bro, and I agree with you, he should be a little older and that, but I think they should connect it where he comes back and has to go back through the whole situation where he got bitter and hurt people. Remember in Far From Home, he's like, or No Way Home, he was like, I got bitter and I hurt people. Like, he clearly got mad that Gwen was gone and he beat the shit and killed the people, I guess is the idea I got from it. So, like, reconciling with that whole mental state after having saved the universe with the other two Peter Parkers, I think that's a cool starting place.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, they could
honestly, yeah, go ahead.
I was just say they could fuse multiple It's funny because, like, DC, they didn't do the Justice League in, like, 08 because they're like, well, two Batman will confuse the audience, because they had the Dark Knight trilogy. And now
there's already a whole bunch of Batmans. I don't think anybody would give a fuck.
Well, no, but like congruently, that was Warner Brothers.
No, I understand, but still, yeah.
And it's like, look now, we already. I was
gonna say there are two Batmans. There's like four Batmans now, actually.
And plus, there might be a fourth Spider-Man, Miles Morales. They even teased like referencing, like, I was hoping you'd be black. Like.
I thought that was hilarious too. He's like, man, you saved the poor people. You're in Queens. Yeah, this little suit and all that stuff. I thought you were black. It's like, dude.
Yeah, no, it's definitely teasing Miles Morales, which I'm fine with Miles Morales in this multiverse. Yep. But they'll probably try to make him the main thing and act like, oh yeah, that's Spider-Man. Like, come on.
We should go back to the Amazing Spider-Man 3 should have Miles Morales in that universe or something. Like, he's like, oh, there is.
No, they could do that.
You follow Electro searching, doing his day-to-day searching for Black Spider-Man, of course, and then, hey, look, he finds Black Spider-Man or something. It's like,
they could definitely do that where it's like, it's essentially it's like Peter Parker dies, and so like coincidentally Miles ends up getting bit and so like he's got the power to be the next Spider-Man.
Oh, that'd be great.
And so yeah, you could do
Good
something where it's
balance.
like
Hold on.
it turns out at the end like, oh, Spider-Man actually like wasn't dead. He's got like the Oscorp tech whatever with the spider actually like he was just like in like a hibernation status or something.
I thought you were
they end
gonna
up
say,
bringing that Parker back in
I thought you were
Miles
gonna
universe.
I thought you were gonna say have Electro get bit by a spider because he doesn't have any powers anymore. He's not Electro. So if he got bit by a spider and became Black Superman or Spider-Man or whatever, that'd be kind of funny too.
So when they go back to the universe they were in at the moment that they go back to the direct moment. So
that's what I was thinking earlier.
Shocked, bro.
He was energy. He was just energy. So does that mean he's still going to be there, but in physical form, or
like, drop out of the sky?
Is the Green Goblin still going to be there? Would Spider-Man be there, or the same one, or different? Like that kind of got weird for me too, where it's like different. So like Doc Ock from when he's fighting Spider-Man comes there. But then also Toby, like, that Spider-Man is grown up. Like, so which is there multiple universes in that case? Like with that,
probably.
Well, I guess, but I mean that seems more confusing.
No, yeah, I did think of that. It wasn't consistent because you got Doc Ock that you're assuming is from. See, this thing is like this could be a different Doc Ock than the one from Spider-Man 2. Even though it's the same like actor, it's the same like this is another version of that same Doc Ock, and yeah, it's like is this Maguire and this Alfred Molina from the Spider-Man 2, but like they're two different timelines as far as like Tobey Maguire is like current age in that universe popping into this universe.
Yeah, he's done all that
Alfred
stuff.
Molina is
he's
supposed to be popping in
life.
from like Spider-Man 2 in that moment before he dies. So. Yeah, it's not very
different
clear.
No, they're different moments, but I think they're in similar. Like so, Doc Ock and Toby come from that particular universe, right? And then they're just in different times of that universe.
That's what I'm saying. So when they go back, like they can't interact that way. I guess is what I mean. Like, which is kind of like, oh, it's kind of disappointing. So it's like. That's what I'm saying. So like when Electro goes back, that'll be right when around the Green Goblin of that time is going to be there or whatever. Harry, that's all ugly face, is going to attack Peter and lose Gwen and all that. Like that's around that exact time, and with a different Spider-Man. That's not the one that he was just talking to here with Andrew Garfield. That's the younger Andrew Garfield that will be there that he did not talk. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah,
I don't know. So like that's a little disappointing, I guess, because it's like if you can't get these all characters together again necessarily, they'll be with different ones.
Well, I got to go, but I want to leave you with something. What'll really bake your noodle is when he does the final spell and everyone has to forget Peter. Does that mean like his social security, his license, and
oh yeah, no, that immediately was a thought when he said, "Where's my rent?" Or he didn't say that, but he's like, I expect my rent at the end. When he said, "I expect my rent at the end of the month," I'm like, hold on, how can he afford anything? How does he have an identity? How does he have any of that here? Yeah. He has Legos. What the fuck
is his picture in the yearbook? Is his picture? Is there like 90 pictures of him?
Strange specifically said it's as if you would not have existed.
Yeah.
So it's like. And Angus and I were talking about that too with memories in general. So it's like Ned knew him for a long time, or even Aunt May and Happy, and start. So it's like these, like, Pepper Potts knows of him, and with all that, it's like, I don't know. There's a lot of things where you go, oh, you're erased from their memory. That's like, so is it just a void? Is it replaced with something different? Like that's a lot of this.
Does it destroy media? Like J. Jonah has all this files of.
No, Angus. They do it. They answer that part.
Spider-Man exists.
They do answer that
Peter
part.
Does not. Yeah.
They do show J. Jonah at the end going, this masked vigilante. He's a coward, hides behind a mask and whatever. That's at the end. He says that. So they imply that he doesn't know that he's Peter Parker, but that there is a Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that means
those files that he has are gone. That knew of Peter Parker specifically.
But doesn't he have photos? Doesn't he have?
That's what I just said. They're gone. He might have photos of Spider-Man, but not of Peter Parker.
Spider-Man. Yeah.
But not
Well, no,
Peter
I'm saying
Parker.
didn't he have like a picture with him and MJ or something when he went
No,
to the
that's what I'm
apartment?
saying. They are gone.
Oh, okay.
Because he said, because at the end he's like, he's a masked vigilante. He's, anonymous. Only cowards hide behind a mask. Like he doesn't know Peter Parker.
Or does he see the pictures that they have and just be like, I don't know who that is?
No, because they don't hint at any of that at all.
No, I mean, like, I don't understand. Like when you see a picture in a like a piece of a magazine floating on the street, and somehow you look at it. I don't know how often that's happened to you, but if you see that sort of thing, like, oh, who are these random people? You're like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, no. The assumption is that any image of him is erased. Any like interaction that he had with people are plucked from their memories. And so Angus and I were wondering, like, so when his parents gave birth and people knew that, like Aunt May, for example, that he had a kid, and that other people know Aunt May, and all these things, it's like, so is that just a void now?
Well,
like
Aunt May's dead. But
your vagina hurt for a while, and you lost a lot of money for some reason, and
pooped out something.
You had a lot of boy clothes around your house for some reason, and I don't know, like,
yeah, like how far reaching is this spell? Like that's
like Happy was like, how did you know how did you know her? And and Pete says through Spider-Man, and he says me too, but what does that mean? Like, that doesn't really.
It's just a clever way to say me too, maybe.
Well, no, but it's like, how would Aunt May know Spider-Man if she doesn't know Peter Parker, the son? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I feel like the spell could break at some point. Okay, but did you here? I want to say this for Angus. You waited till the very last, beyond the very last credits. Rookie, did you?
I had to piss and I had to catch a bus, so I saw.
He's such a girl.
I didn't know who the fuck the guy was at the end. I didn't see Venom.
It's Venom,
but that's what I just said. I didn't.
You gotta watch. Okay, Venom 2 sucks, but you gotta watch the first one just so you kind of get a taste.
I don't know. I didn't get any impression that this is an interesting character just based off this. I
know.
They probably do.
Stupid.
They probably do later. I was just like, this is really dumb. He's like, oh, you're drunk. I'm just like, okay, I think it's kind of funny that he's chilling in there while everybody else was going through all this crazy shit. He just chose not to go after Peter. Like, he didn't give a fuck. But I don't know how he knew him anyway, because probably doesn't have one in his universe. So that's kind of weird. But,
Venom can see through multiple universes because all of the symbiotes are connected. That includes symbiotes in any universe.
Is that established in the Venom movie?
Yes, that's established.
Yeah, Venom 2. Like he's starting to like tease it, and then poof, multiverse happens, and that's where you get the first like, oh, Venom verse and like MCU Spider-Man are in the same multiverse.
Hold on, but then how would he know Spidey? How do you know Peter?
Because of other symbiotes in other universes.
Because the multiverse, you got the Venom symbiote on Eddie Brock.
Well, based on that, though, it's like, so I don't know Brad Pitt personally, but I know of him. So if the thing was like anybody who knows Brad Pitt, would I be in that universe because I'd be sucked in there because I've seen him in a movie? Like, I don't know. I'm just saying it gets more vague of like, what does it mean? What do you mean by no? Like, to what degree?
I suggest you take some coyote and think on that for a while.
Yeah, but
trip on some shrooms, bro.
Bro. This is a fun chat, Flipster. You know, we'll probably stream
again.
We got some more stuff in the future.
Yeah, more stuff. More. Like I said, Angus, it was good to see you again too, bro. And Rookie, God, it's been a while, man. Glad to see you.
I mean, we talk often, so but yeah, streaming wise, yeah, it's been like 2 months.
Been a while.
That's good news. All right, gentlemen, I'll see you later.
All right, later, Brusky.
Oh, hey, tomorrow's happy. Well, that's today for me, 2:05 in the morning. Happy Festivus. Air your grievances carefully.
Festivus.
Isn't that Seinfeld?
Yep, it is every December 23rd. You plan.
Yeah, I've not watched an episode as an adult, so I'm slowly getting through Seinfeld as an adult. Like every once in a while, I'll like binge like 4 or 5 episodes.
Yeah, I haven't watched it in a while, but I like.
It's on Netflix now.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, happy Festivus, and I'll see you gentlemen later.
All right, later, Brusky. And Karen has arrived. Sorry that your name is Karen. Anyway. So you want to pick up where we left off and continue a little bit? How long do you think you're good to go for?
No, I'm good.
You good for like another hour tops or something? Probably a little less.
Well, actually, like I wasn't sleeping, but I was like, man, like maybe this is a bad idea. I don't know if I'll make the stream, but then it's like, all right, I'm up. All right, sushi. And then it's like, yeah, I'm up from like just chatting and stuff and like recollecting, like my brain's working.
Okay, good.
But yeah, the other big scene that like really won me, despite my feelings generally about this Spider-Man universe, is when like Goblin, like it was pretty obvious, like they weren't subtle in like, oh yeah, Goblin, he's gonna fix himself.
Yeah, it was obvious extremely that was him. Just
they're over the top obvious with like he's gonna be. I didn't realize how extensive he would be as a foil in this movie towards the end, because like I was really buying into, not that I watched a lot of like breakdowns, because like going to this movie I'm like, dude, I've seen 2 of these, like I don't give a fuck. The whole like Maguire edition, like that's really cool, but like I was not interested really to see this movie. It was just kind of spur of the moment. I'm like, well, get this ad from Cinemark, gotta hurry up and use my points or they'll go away. And I'm like, all right, what's the show times? This is the one movie I'd be interested to see. And I'm like, oh, let me take my kids to go see it. Right on time. And better than I expected, but like, yeah, I wasn't expecting Goblin to be. What I was saying is like, I was hearing that like, oh, Doctor Strange, like, how's Doctor Strange going to be like the villain of this movie? He's like the real villain or something. And it's like, ooh, and didn't really turn out that way. And yeah, I'm really surprised that Goblin had such a huge stake in the second half of the film. But they really shoehorned in the whole like, oh, he's gonna like juice himself up worse under the nose of Peter. And I didn't realize he'd pull the other guys in with him besides Doc Ock to turn back. And it's like, oh fuck, they're kind of like. And at first it made me think like, oh, they're just naturally evil. Like this is kind of like that nurture versus nature. Like, are you just born evil kind of thing? Like I was thinking, like, man, maybe these guys really are just like bad guys. But it's like circumstance. And it's really Goblin's lead. But yeah, when he killed Aunt May, that was like a really big scene.
I feel like we're jumping over quite a bit.
No, yeah, I know, because there's this whole fight sequence and shit. But yeah, like,
well, no, I mean, there's a whole Doctor Strange stuff, and then like why they're doing any of that, and I feel like that leads better into this.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk because I remember I was trying to explain to you the geometry shit that Parker pulls on.
Yeah, so
in the mirror
so we're almost there. So that's when I said pick up where we left off. That's what I meant was like before. And we did that part. That's what I meant. So we can lead into these good parts. I want to talk about that bit too, with Green Goblin and all that. But yeah, so they get Electro, they get Sandman. They're all chit chatting and all that villain talk, and then so after they get Sandman and Electro, that's when Strange arrives again, right? And he's ready to send them back. With the thing, he's like, "All right, this thing will destroy." So if we don't send them back, it's like within a certain amount of time, then the whole universe could be destroyed essentially. So we got to get them out. Screw it, that's their own fault. And at that point, they already realized that a lot of them were essentially about to die before they got sent here. And Peter's like, oh well. This was after talking to Aunt May a little bit, where she said, maybe you should try to help them. And he's like, I don't want to just kill them. We could. He's like, maybe I could help them. And then Strange's like, no, let's just send them back. And he's like, does the web? Don't do it. Don't do it, Pete. And then he does, and then tries to go out of the thing and starts swinging around, and he starts. Strange just makes these portals that send him pretty much right back to square one. Like you said, I thought that was a little neat. I liked seeing their little battle with each other with their different power sets, essentially.
And you would think like Square has like no chance against Sorcerer Supreme, and maybe realistically with like all their powers or lack of in the comics, like there's no way this is a match. But I think they skill set it pretty well.
Well, I feel like Strange is also holding back significantly. He's not trying to hurt Peter at all. He's just trying to simply get the cube. He's playing catch with them, essentially trying to get it. He's not like,
Yeah, maybe it's a
trying to
bit
injure
of him
him.
underestimating Peter.
Man, he even says that too. He's like, sometimes I forget, what you are with this, but like, he's he astral. What was it? Astral forms him.
Well, yeah,
shoves him
he
out.
astral forms him, shoves his astral whatever out of his physical self.
Because am I dead?
Yeah,
That's
but
kinda
then
funny.
somehow Peter's able to just throw himself back in. I'm like, wait, how? Like,
Well, and yeah,
Hulk
so
couldn't
that's
do that.
Well, so before that even, so Strange is just going to simply grab the cube from his body, but it moves, and a lot of people assume, they don't say it in the film, but a lot of people assume it's probably like his spider sense, his body, like his, even though he's not controlling it, but that his body still has spidey sense
I
and
didn't
is
think of that.
moving it around. But I don't see why that would make it move the box around, because it's not danger specifically. It's just he's going to grab the box, and the body's moving it around still, and he's struggling he can't get it, and then Peter swims back to his body and then resumes. Which
I don't know. I kind of buy the spidey sense that it's like avoidance, because it's like he dodges bullets and stuff, and it's like you might think
yeah,
that
but
as
I
like,
feel like
oh,
that's
he's
more
sensing
threatening.
danger, but it's kind of danger in the sense that like, well, these lives are at stake.
Right, but would his body without his mind there understand that? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's a little odd.
I don't know. I didn't think at all. Like that was one of the things that like there's so much crap to take into this movie that like you kind of forget. Oh wait, what was that? But talking about and you saying like the Spidey sense, like, oh, that makes sense to me. I buy it.
Yeah, so,
I did think that was really weird. Like, how the fuck? Because I was thinking maybe it was like his Doctor Strange web shooter or some shit fucking around that like it like elevated, even though he's in the astral form pushed out. No, I buy the Spidey sense thing. It works for me. It wasn't. That's something that like they should kind of like clarify. Like they should have went in like his body and like had like that like. Like in the first 3 Spider-Man, he gets like that, and they like film it a certain way where it's like it's got a close up, but he also got like the background where it's like, oh, this is an odd shot because it's like they have like a visual cue of Spidey sense, and they didn't do that in this movie.
Yeah, or I mean, even when he's like, "How are you doing this?" He was like, a sense of a spider or something, like something that's not directly saying what it is, but implying it extremely, like, I have spider powers, right? Like something that's like, their reflexes are
because I would have been like,
really good.
That's the time when you actually spoon feed the audience, because it's not clear at all unless you're just like
you
a
just say,
super nerd where you're like, oh, Spider-Man sense has helped him defeat Galactus or something stupid.
Well, it's like spiders move even when they're like, spiders don't think about moving when they like sense something, right?
Second nature.
They're not thinking about it. So his body, you could say, powers of spiders, remember? And that's enough, for the audience. Like, oh yeah, what do? They sense shit, of course. And then he picks up the box, and then they get sent to the mirror world, and
it's called the mirror dimension, dude. Get it right.
I'm sorry, you didn't get that information right, sir.
Do you even Marvel, bro?
No, I haven't since Endgame, so no. And even then, there's some movies I didn't watch from the series, and then they are swinging around. I don't know, for a while, it seemed like kind of fillery stuff going on where they're chasing each other around in the mirror dimension. To me, like, it was fine that they're doing it, but I don't know. To me, it felt like this was a lot of time running, just having Strange chase him in the mirror place.
I'm surprised it was actually a lot shorter than I expected. I thought this was going to be like a huge centerpiece of the film.
It did feel like a climax, but this was at like the halfway point or sooner.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It was fine, and in some way he's like, this place works by geometry. Now, when I heard EFAP talk about this, they're saying that he's like, Strange is magic, and Peter's using science, which magic essentially turns science on its head quite often. But I'd say because they don't explain the magic very well in this universe, like how it works, that it could be applied to science in some way. Like, there is an explanation. Like, we don't know why the mirror dimension is how it is, but there are elements to it you can understand, I
Yeah,
guess.
I would
Like,
think
something
that
like that.
it would be something like a set of principles like, all right, so if there is any matter, there's like a baseline constant, like on Earth there's gravity. No matter how light or heavy something is, it's going to fall at a constant rate, whatever. So I would assume like there'd be something base for like, oh, this like ridiculous idea of manipulation through whatever force magic is by the user still works within like the universe's laws. It's just
or flips it like to where up is down, and like
or
things
inverse,
are moved. It's inverted, right? So like I'm trying to do this, but I'm actually the opposite to make it happen the way I want. So you can essentially figure out how it works, but not really understand it. You know what I mean? Like it can. You get it.
Yeah, whatever the manipulation that magic is, it would still have to like follow some set. That's why you learn it. There's like a schooling.
That's why
it's because there's a set
I agree.
constant.
And they make that clear with Thor. It's like their stuff is so magical essentially, but he even says it's basically science. It's just they don't call it science, but it's so advanced. It's very advanced technology and stuff, and that's essentially. I don't know. I like that type of aspect where you can make some type of things of it, or even like I've seen this example too, where if like if you say a certain word and a certain you learn a few different things that it'll happen. You can't explain like where the energy comes from or how it happens or why the spell works this way, but that you can learn and figure out that it's something that you can do if you do it a certain way. Like you don't have to understand exactly what it is. I guess like if you're like in real life, I'm trying to use an example to real life that like there's a lot of things that you and I might not know all the mechanics of, but we understand like what it is. Like I can't construct a gun, but I understand how to use I assume some you can figure out how it works. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if we want to hang on this too much longer on this section. He ends up webbing up Strange in a surprising way. He's like, I'm going to leave you here and then come back in a little bit. And then while he's filling around about to do his thing, Spidey webs him up in a way that pretty much renders him useless. Then he takes the cube, just like
the
the
sling ring.
Just like, and the sling ring, that was a good detail too.
That was smart. That was like, haha, like Peter's paying attention.
Yes, I agree. That'd have been funny if he goes through all that, strings him up, and then he still had the sling ring, and then he just returns. He's like, Pete, come on. That would have been kind of dumb. It'd been like, oh shit, I had you, but then I didn't think it through. So took the sling ring.
Like, I think wasn't the chosen one or whatever the ancient one.
The chosen one. I wouldn't blame you for thinking there's a chosen one in this series because there's chosen ones everywhere in every freaking series. So
the ancient one, didn't she do the mirror dimension the first time on Strange? Like I have to rewatch, and
I haven't seen that movie since it was in theaters, so I don't know.
I rewatched it after I watched Loki because I'm like, fuck, man, this is making me think about Doctor Strange now.
I do wish
this movie underwhelms me now with Doctor, even though the trailer at the so the end credits there's Venom. And then the other one, at first, the way like the credits are rolling and you get to like the final things of credits where it's like the couple like company logo things where it's like this is a film by blankety blank and then like you start getting an image like, oh, what's it? And it's like Pascal Pictures. And you're like, fuck, we got trolled. There's nothing at the very end. And then it's like boom. And it's like essentially like a 45-second minute long like Doctor Strange trailer for Multiverse. It's like the first peek at Multiverse of Madness. So it's like they were holding the trailer in the movie, which is I thought was pretty cool. Because there's going to be people just buy a ticket just so they can see Doctor Strange trailer because they're just Doctor Strange diehards. That's smart. Kind of like how they used to like there was some bullshit movie that a lot of people flocked to just so they could see episode 1 trailer in 99.
Well, so what was in the trailer? I didn't stay for the end.
Oh, it was just like random stuff teasing like kind of the, I guess, gist spark of the film, where it's like Strange needs Scarlet Witch's help, and of course she's on edge. She's thinking that he's coming there because of Vision or whatever, or the town that she fucked with.
Yeah, that would have been neat actually. Have her get some type of consequence for doing that. But then again, he's retarded in this film too, so whatever.
Yeah,
Both equally kind of dumb in that regard.
Well, that's what's annoying, is like they're not consistent with like the smarts of their characters.
No.
Where it's like, ooh, Doctor Strange, and like the role he has in the 2 Avengers.
He should be pissed. He should be pissed off at her. Really, he should be extremely pissed. But nah, whatever. You know, I do that too.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Is like, oh yeah, what you did? Like, man, I almost ripped the fabric of our universe over a silly forget me.
This kid wanted to
trick.
go to wanted his friends to go to college. So ripped the hole in the universe. Yeah, that's almost worse than Wanda. Honestly.
Yeah, no, I agree, Nerdporial. I like the movie, but I'm not at the level like pretty much any of my peers are in YouTube, where I'm like, my constant, even with like all these things, like, oh, that was good, or oh, I didn't get that detail. There's been so many things where it's like, wait, like, yeah, what was that? That was stupid. Like, this movie's gonna be a movie like Force Awakens, where it's like you can still really like it, can like satisfy you long term for, you know, repeat viewing, but you're gonna like more and more peel back to like, wait, that was stupid, or oh, they really just glossed over that, thinking we're too dumb to, like, you know, there's gonna be a lot of kicking yourself, like, oh, this is stupid.
a lot of that, but consider that, you know, how they didn't have Han, Leia, and Luke together. They did have Peter, and Peter together. So, you know, one still scored better than the other. But
yeah, no, this is a very satisfying movie. There's a lot of good fan service, a lot of meta things. It's fun. I'm not like head over heels. It's still not better than Spider-Man 2 or Spider-Verse.
Well, so I would say let's just continue so that we can get to some of those more nitty-gritty parts that we have more commentary on with it, so that we can get more into what we're talking about here with that. Yeah. Like, so they have their fight, then Peter gets out of the dimension thingy, and Strange is locked there. And he's like, all right, so anybody that wants to, you know, live, come with me. Anybody that wants to die, wait here for Strange to come back and kill you. Essentially, it's the gist of what he was offering. And so everybody's like, all right, we'll go with you. All the villains, even though like most of them don't give a shit about Peter and all that and don't want to be changed, really. And so they do that. They go to Happy's house, and Aunt May and all that is there. And, you know, I do like how Happy was like, I had a camera feed from my door, and like, you brought a freaking cyborg into my house or something. Like, that was kind of a little funny thing. And Peter's not answering the phone, so that was kind of a little uncle nephew type of moment with that. And then you know, which one was it, Electro or was it Doc Ock, that was like, you know, you want to try to fix us with, like, you know, we're gonna microwave a burrito and try to solve our problems at the same time, like,
like, whatever, like for a burrito.
like how cheap all this stuff is. He's like, you know, what's all this stuff? And some people I've heard say that, like, you know, why doesn't he use Stark stuff? But that's because, you know, of Far From Home, I think, where you know, all the drones or something. And then and this one, it's a very quick thing at the beginning when they show his view on the bridge. He's trying to access Stark internet connections or something. I don't know. And it said Stark stuff disabled or whatever, like from the government, obviously.
Yeah, I guess.
Because he's framed for murder, and the drones, those were deactivated. There's very brief, quick scenes that they show that. So he does not have access to that stuff, and Stark is not getting near him with a 10-foot pole right now because of the murder thing with Mysterio. So that's why they have to do it out of the apartment, is what I'm getting at with that. And
no, that was fine. They had like that whole box Stark box that Happy had that felt very much like people complain about Batman. Was like, oh, he just Deus Ex Machina belt.
I was about to say that I was a box. I'm like, what the fuck box was that?
I'm like, what is this? He's like
what was
making
that
a
magic?
fucking Green Goblin serum. He's making a fucking new
What
chip
they
for
even
Doc
call?
Ock.
What they even call that machine?
Makes a new arc reactor
the
thing
reanimizer something.
to remove Electro's power. Like,
It's like
just
that
everything he
did
Jimmy
seem-
rigged out of one box. I'm like, okay, this
that is
stupid.
something. Okay, that's one element I really, really, really wish that they did not have. I wish it was more like he had help from a person from Stark Industries or something.
Or
Like,
shit, he went
I don't know.
to, or even going to his high school like the Peters did to concoct whatever. Like, that would have made more sense. At least there's like
Equipment.
it's plausible.
for that.
However much of a stretch, it's plausible. They could
Using your
have
scraps
more-
to make something and with
Yeah.
smart minds. Yeah, I agree. There's more resources likely there,
Well, because he has
I
this freaking web goo under like the lockers in Home Alone or Homecoming.
Home Alone. I agree. These names are getting confusing here and there. I'm kind of getting annoyed with that, with all the home shit in the names. But anyway,
Just thinking of the scene where the old man comes up, he looks at us like, ah.
So what happens next? They get at the apartment and he opens the MacGuffin Deus Machina box, and I'll admit that's actually probably one of my least favorite parts of the movie. Like that saying least favorite doesn't do it justice. Yeah, I hated the box thing. I was like, what the fuck? Like, they showed that for a second earlier, so foreshadowing, I guess. But I was like, he just has this fix me up box. I feel like that's actually almost as big a problem as Strange fucking up the spell, because this is so important to the plot. Like, this is very important to the plot. This is how you fix all of them. This is how you fix all the bad guys, essentially, or how you think you're gonna fix them.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I got a Stark lab in a box. I can do anything. Like,
Yeah, and I know it's Happy's apartment, so it's not like it was, like Peter's or something. It's Happy's, but it's still, this kind of goes with what we're talking about in the beginning. Like, remember Matt Murdock was saying that Happy could be charged for a whole bunch of crap, and so it's like, did that get dropped entirely too? Like, like,
well, I
what they
think
have
this is like,
confiscated some of this stuff? I don't know. Like,
well, from what I understood, this wasn't just like, tell me if I'm wrong, but I watched this not thinking it's Happy. It's like, oh, this is just my apartment. Come on over. But like, this is like my bunker apartment. Like, it's off the books. No one knows I'm here.
no, I don't know anymore, because I have no idea what they've done since. I don't know what the last thing he was in. I don't remember anything he's done since, like, Iron Man 3. So I don't know, honestly. So I don't know. So he's there. Help me go on to what's next, because I'm kind of getting. So he opens the box thing, and
he makes all this shit. He's making cures for them all, and
the villains are kind of talking to
Doc
each other
Ock.
here and there.
Yeah, first thing he does is Doc Ock's neck completely fixes him.
Oh no, Aunt May's like, do you want salt water or regular water?
Oh,
Salt
yeah, because
water.
the name.
He's like, because you're an octopus.
He's like, what?
I liked how subtle the joke wasn't like super in your face. It's kind of like, hey, you're an octopus, right? You're called Dr. Octopus or Odd Octavius. It's like, okay, that's kind of funny. Like, just,
yeah, it wasn't like how it was just like,
it's like, yeah.
For me, it was funny because it was so bad.
It's a
like,
smirk joke of, well, this is dumb, but you got me to kind of smile.
Because people hear the name Doc Ock, 8 limbs.
I can. She's an ant. She's an ant,
Yeah.
and I can imagine.
Like the
going
fact
like-
that it's an ant, so they're like, oh, like older women or
Can I get you that? Can I get you that transforms thing? Can I get you those Digi Rangers? Like, you just totally get the thing wrong because they're an ant or something. It's like,
no, that's how I viewed that joke, where it's like kind of like meta, like, well, this is, because people do these awful fucked up recollections of what they're trying to say, and I was just like, it's cringe, but it's like funny because it's cringe. Like, that was humor for me.
Yeah,
with that, I'm like, it's so low hanging. Like, really?
Yeah, that was the
It was like a reach. Why would you even include this in like with all the stuff you put in this movie, all the things that like you gotta like pay off, continue, set up. Like this is like a minute
agree.
wasted screen time.
I agree. There's a lot that I wish they could have removed to replace with the more character stuff they do with like the Peters and villains, honestly. And so they're trying to fix stuff, and everybody's like, I don't want to be. I was like, I don't want to be fixed. I'm not a dog. Like before, he's like, I'm not going to be fixed. You fuck. And he finally gets it. And Norman's like, if you ever need a job, and if you don't mind, traveling to different universes, I could hire you, I guess. And okay, that doesn't happen. Obviously, he goes and attaches the thingy to Doc Ock's neck, and then he's like, oh, finally, the voices have stopped. And it's like, oh man, it's tragic. You're being controlled the whole time for the most part, or influenced heavily.
He's like, yeah, the voices. Like, I never thought they'd go. I was like, aw, poor guy. Like,
yeah, it's like this whole time he's been not wanting to do this stuff, and now he's like, okay, cool. And then I thought that was kind of weird when Norman's making his anti-serum, or supposed to be, and Doc's like, won't it be good to get rid of that dark half? It's just kind of like, how do you not expect that this could be like? How did none of them at all ever, like, none of them even tried to closely watch him at all? It was just, oh yeah, full trust. I don't know. I thought that was really dumb. Just kind of, I know that you think it's dumb too, because it's so obvious, but it's like, not even if it's obvious, it's just like, not even Aunt May was like,
well, because
like, she thought he was crazy.
They try to trick you when he breaks the helmet, and then he goes to like where Aunt May is. And he's like, telling
it's
sob story.
The helmet isn't actually the goblin; it's his head. Like, that's so dumb to me. It's like...
And I'm trying to think. Like, yeah, they kind of like set up where it's like, oh, like he doesn't want to be in this mental state with the goblin. They put some effort into that, so that's why I was irritated that they like so obviously set up like, oh, he's gonna not make a serum to cure himself, but to like make it worse, because they put in the work of like, oh, he's trouble, he wants to like fix himself. But yeah, like, well, I guess the other thing too is like the way the setup is like, hey, come with me if you want to live, is the gist with Peter. And so you think he has self-interest to play along because he's actually dead in his universe.
Yeah, which I understand that, but I don't know. It's like he threw the grenades and was an evil elf, as he put it earlier, and was like, oh no, he's just trying to be better now, even though he threw grenades at people when I got teleported away here. And I don't know. It just seemed. I wish that they would have done, because they did a lot of visual stuff in this film for some of the acting that I thought was really good to notice. And like if he was saying, no, we can do all these things to cure you, and sees like after Doc Ock is healed, like if you were to like twitch or something, or look at the mirror, like without even having the voice, but to imply that we've seen him interact with his other voice enough to kind of get the idea that he's still got that voice, and he's getting a little worried now that he can be away or something, so there's gonna be a little struggle here. Something. Yeah, I don't know. It's still, they could have done something with that could have made that better. And
the heart, Osborn, you attacked the heart.
Oh, God. Yeah.
No, I love when he's like, no, the best thing with him in Spider-Man is when like he's doing that scene in the mirror, and like they don't just have him talk in the mirror and like reverse shot, but they have him like walk into the camera view, so he's having to like go back and forth in front of the camera and in front of the mirror. That was brilliant. I love that scene. It's like, fuck, man, like the focus to like switch back and forth.
Yeah, it's done very well. Very well. What else happens now? J. Jonah Jameson. That's his name, right? It's not someone else.
Yeah, it's okay. J. Jonah Jameson.
It's a lot of J's, so I could get that wrong. I don't know how they somehow spotted Peter and them heading this way.
He got a tip or something. Someone walked by like some moving.
This is another kind of vague thing. I was like, what?
It was like, yeah, somehow I just assume someone went by and like, oh, something's weird, or oh, they heard something and they think they saw Peter or Spider-Man or whatever. So Jay
They're
Jonah's
gonna
got a tip,
follow him.
so he's like, but like this is a weird thing because it's like Jay Jonah, like it's very clear they kind of are fucking around with like this like Alex Jones territory with his
Yes.
betrayal. It's kind of obvious to me.
Yeah,
Like, oh,
very
conspiracy
obvious.
theorists, but then at the same time it's like, well, like
He's being a reporter.
it's very reasonable, his angle,
Yeah.
like even though he is like got a bias and a bent to like look for these things to be how he perceives, it's like not out of the realm of possibility. It's not like just crazy.
Half the town agrees with him.
It's not a stretch for him to like
Yeah.
be out, like Spider-Man.
And in the rest of the world, again, this world full of heroes and villains, there's been a lot of people powers that kill people, or that were, even if they don't kill people, the Civil War is a great example, of
collateral damage.
Examining the consequences of the battles, like of the damage. The Hulk is smashing things and defeating the aliens, but also causing all this destruction and damage, and everybody else has to clean up after him. And then Vulture. I mean, it's like there's good. Yeah, you're right. There's like very good reason for him to be invested in this or to have his stance, other than conspiracy crazy theorist.
Yeah, it's like I thought that was weird, the angle they did with him, because it's like they're trying to make it like, because you see Spider-Man that like, oh no, this is not what he thinks, but he doesn't know that, and it's reasonable with the information he would not be able to have, that he could come to this conclusion and start selling that as like investigative, and like an op-ed guy. And so yeah, it was weird that like he was out, to like go there, then boom, villains turn again on Spider-Man when he's trying to help him, and so then like he's like going like, look, he's working with these guys, and then like
it made sense for Electro and Norman to turn, but not Sandman. I wasn't sure about Lizard either. I thought he was more stable-minded, just a monster. I don't really get him at all. I thought he was just a smart man that's a lizard, but I guess he's crazy. I don't understand. Is that like the Hulk? He has another personality? I don't understand the character at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty iconic villain of Spider-Man, but I don't really.
He's like the next stage of evolution. You're kind of dumb. I don't know if you can talk about evolution. I don't know.
I mean, it's like, sure, there's elements that would be a great improvement for humanity to pull from lizards, but on the same hand, lizards are cold-blooded, and you're in fucking New York City. Like,
well, it's just like how he wants to destroy the box. It's like, I don't know. He doesn't die in his universe, right? Like, he gets saved from.
I think so. Yeah, I think
like doesn't Peter like doesn't Andrew Garfield even say, he's like, yeah, I turned him back once.
Yeah, like the cop dad, Mr. Stacy, died.
Yeah.
In the collateral damage, but not
the guy. He saved the lizard.
Yeah.
Sorry if I keep on derailing it a little bit with
no, but
questions,
like,
because I get kind of. You know what I mean? I'm trying to figure this out a little bit.
I was kind of surprised that Green Goblin was like so juiced that he was like just fucking Peter up.
Well, like it's not just fucking Peter up. It's not just when he fucked Peter up. It's like how Peter couldn't fuck him up at all. It was like, punch him. Like, I did everything. Like it. I did enjoy it though when he's punching him in the face and he's just smiling.
It reminded me of Joker.
Yeah, I was like, dude, he's wailing on him and he's just smiling. Yes, thank you. Hit me more. Yes.
Yeah, that was cool because it's like, oh shit, like this gives you an idea where Spider-Man's at against these guys, where it's like, all right, there's already outnumbered, then like this guy is like not backing down at all.
He's like Superman level all of a sudden. It's like, Jesus Christ, this is
it's like when Batman's punching Superman and he like is like the Kryptonite's invading his system, and he's like taking the punches now, and he's like, oh fuck.
This kind of does that thing. I do love this thing, and I'm sure a lot of people love it too, where like, you have a super powered hero or somebody that's a hero, and then they're getting really, really damaged or fatigued, or like the difference in strength level between them and the enemy is very high. It's like, you know, you've been through all this stuff, and then the enemy is stronger now, and you're just like, fuck, like, you can't get a break at all. You're just trying to fight. You're tired of shit. All these things are going wrong. You're trying to get things going. Things were almost about to be good, and you know, like they did pretty well with the pacing, sort of, for this. I think I think things could have been a little tighter in places, but for the most part, they didn't wait too long. Like some parts didn't drag too long or go too fast. You know, in the middle ish. Some things went a little faster than I'd like, but you know.
Yeah, no, but
so he's finding Aunt May is just trying to get out of the building this whole time when they're going crazy. You know, the elevator's not working. Got to take the stairs, and she's trying to go down. Gets down and gets cornered, and she could have technically ran out of the building, but you know, Peter's gotten the fuck kicked out of him by the Green Goblin at this point, and is about to, you know, could kill him. I'm kind of confused on if he wants to kill him or if he wants to turn him to be bad. It kind of felt like an Emperor moment of like, you know, I want to do things to make you like me, so I'm gonna not kill you and instead, you know, make you want to kill me because you won't kill me. And later he's like, yeah, poor Peter, you don't want to kill me. It's kind of a dumb line. I feel like everything Green Goblin is corny for the most part. Like, you know, there's some bits that are good, like deep, but others it's just coated and corny with this dialogue, which matches with the Raimi ones. That's for damn sure.
It's too bad he didn't have him in his glider going like
Itsy bitsy spider.
That would
I
have
love
been,
that.
no, he goes itsy bitsy spider, and then Electric goes boom 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 boom.
Oh no,
Electricity
no,
for his dubstep background, and they do a duet.
You know, someone could be like, "Oh, you're not very consistent, Angus. You like Green Goblin, but then when it's electro dubstep, that's gay." It's like, well, yeah, like because Electro's like in electricity, he just bounce around.
Well,
his
no,
energy,
it's
and
not
like,
just that. No, he thinks, and the movie thinks he's cool.
yeah,
the Green
like,
Goblin, they think he's just being a comic character. They're not really. It's not about whether he's cool or not. That's this comic, right? You know, okay, comic.
yeah, it's like early comic film too. Like Amazing Spider-Man came out like 12 years later, I think. So for that film to be way more mature than something 12 years later,
there wasn't that many examples at the time.
Yeah,
X-Men
it's like
Blade.
Yeah, like the Spider-Man movie walks a fine line of like comic book kind of dialogue or scenarios with like just good human acting and relatable
and like tragedies here and there,
you know, young man stories and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, and so like, yeah, Green Goblin could totally be like Itsy Bitsy Spider in a comic, and so it's like, and Willem Dafoe's like over the top crazy in his betrayal. And so it works, you know, because it's like sinister. It's like purposely like it's not necessarily satire. It's just like it's deranged because it's like
he's also crazy. They make it.
It's a sing along about a spider and stuff, and he's like, you know, Goblin came down and like kills him, and it's like, oh,
they make it very clear that the serum makes him crazy. So that's a plus. But anyway, so speaking of you know,
the whole reason I was going into that is like in the first Spider-Man, Green Goblin like fucks him up, especially at the end, and it's just like digging deep. Spider-Man is able to like hold him off, and then you know, Spidey sense and Osborn killed himself on accident. And so like we've already, it's not, you know, it's not actually crazy that Green Goblin can take on Spider-Man physically because you've already seen it. And so it's like physically we've seen no indication that this Spider-Man is really any stronger or weaker than Tobey Maguire. So
yeah, I agree.
Dude, you haven't watched Spider-Verse yet? That's my number 2 Spider-Man movie. It's Spider-Man 2, Spider-Verse, Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man 3. Probably this film, No Way Home, and then whatever the rest. I'd probably put Far From Home as the worst.
Yeah, that's actually where a lot of people have put it. Even the people that like that enjoy these ones more, Far From Home's that considered the weakest.
So surprisingly, I saw Spider-Verse with my mom, which it was just like a surface level interest for her, you know, because you know she's someone who's like, What's Captain Marvel? I thought it was Captain America. And he's a woman now, and like so that's why mom's calling. No,
She's an ant meme.
yeah. So the fact that I saw it with her and it was like fun, like I was like, this is a weird movie for me to go with my mom with, but whatever. Yeah, love that movie. My kids love it. It's a great soundtrack. I own the soundtrack. Like I don't even like most of that kind of music, but it works, So it's a great experience, great Spider-Man story, great portrayal of what originally was just a token representation character. Like they actually made him a character. It's like, oh, this guy is different than Peter Parker.
Right. And Justin wants you to convince him about Into the Spider-Verse.
I already convinced him.
That's for another time. We still have a lot to go through with this stuff.
All right. Proper. Here's the thing. If you've seen No Way Home and you thought it was cool, like whatever, Spider-Verse is better. Like it's essentially the same kind of setup, but it's like done so much better. And you got more variation, I would say, with like Miles Morales, Peter Parker, and Gwen Stacy. As it was Spider Gwen, but now they've changed it to Ghost Spider, but whatever, same character.
Okay. Yeah. Oh hell no, he says. Well, maybe. Who knows? I haven't seen into the Spider-Verse, so I don't know.
Well, you got my Voodoo Rookie, so watch it. It's fucking great. It's got that core, like, yes, this is why I love Spider-Man. It's right up there with Spider-Man 2. It's
Justin, this might be good. Once I see Into the Spider-Verse at some point, and I don't know if you said you saw it or not, we should watch it if we haven't, and then we can talk with Angus and see, compare No Way Home to Into the Spider-Verse, because
all right.
We're still just trying to get we're just trying to finish out No Way Home into this conversation.
Yeah. Well, no, but okay. This is going to irritate you because he's like, how is that cartoon better than No Way Home? All right, here's the thing. You can't. There's certain movies where it's like, oh yeah, this is a cartoon, so you got to like lower.
A lot of cartoons are better than a lot of live action movies. Let's just say that.
Yeah, like the delivery of Spider-Verse is like it's a cartoon format, but it's not like a cartoon movie, if that makes sense. Like it's not selling itself as like, oh yeah, we're just like, you can't critique us the same way because it's just a movie for kids. Like it's a straight film that's just using this medium to deliver it.
Yeah. Pretty much. Well,
Jingle All the Way to. I've never seen the first one.
That's the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger and he's Turbo Man.
Yeah,
It has little Anakin in it too. Just funny. It's a funny.
Wait, you talking about Jake Lloyd or young Hayden Christensen?
Jake Lloyd.
Okay. So I'm not going to see it.
Yeah, it's a funny little movie. He fights like Santa. It's different. I could go all day with that stuff. Jingle All the Way 2 as Larry the Cable Guy, and it's retarded. I haven't seen it, but just Justin's comments on it makes me cringe at the thought. But anyway,
that's funny right there. I don't care who you are. You're gonna love it, Rookie.
Totally.
You might be a redneck.
You might be. Yeah, I'm aware of the jokes. I used to watch stand-up comedy, and for some reason, the four hillbillies would always come on, and I'd have to listen to all of them. Jeff Foxworthy and what's his face, and the other guy, and Ron White, and whatever.
There's Ron White. There's Larry the Cable Guy.
He's the one that always has alcohol.
Who's the fourth guy?
It's like Bill Baflago or some shit. I don't know what his name was.
Look this up now.
Bill Engvall. Bill Engvall.
Oh God, yeah. Wait, I think
and Foxworthy.
So Foxworthy, here's your sign.
No, that's Engvall, I think. And then Foxworthy was Foxworthy was he's
you might be a redneck. Is Foxworthy? Here's your sign is Engvall. Okay.
I don't want to talk about them. Fuck that. Anyway,
call me tater salad.
Oh my God. No. I remember those.
That's jokes. Funny right there.
No.
I got new fuel against Rookie.
Fuck you, asshole. in the movie. It's No Way Home. Aunt
Into the
May,
blue collar comedy verse.
you fuck. I'm trying to talk about that scene. Goblin Norman's got his Peter's head, and he's like, and then his Aunt May's tries to save him a bit, tries to pokes him with something.
His Aunt Mater.
Aunt.
I couldn't help it. It was perfect.
Aunt May pokes him in the neck with green goo and don't work, I guess, for some reason. And then she has like a spatula or something, and she tries to.
Well, of course the goo didn't work because the goo was the shit he made.
Yeah, so that was kind of dumb. But she tried. But the point is that she tries to save her nephew. So I'm gonna try to save you, and then oh no, and then he's like run, and then he uses the glider thing that somehow got outside. I forget how it got outside, but whatever. And then that smacks her in the back, and I guess it stabbed her, but we didn't really like see it stab her. It knocked her down.
They really hedged their bets with because I watched it. I'm like, well, I'm aware of what the glider can do, but the way they showed it was like it bumped her.
Yeah, but when they show the blood on his hand, I guess she got stabbed by the glider. So whoops. And then the Goblin throws a grenade at her, and then Peter smacks it out of the way, and he's tired, and she's all okay. I thought she'd be even more fucked up, and then she's like, okay, we're good, and then I gotta catch my breath, and it's like laying down, and I liked this scene right here. Some people I've heard their complaint was that he should have like tried to swing her to the hospital or something. And I don't know.
SWAT was outside. They would have shot at him.
Well, it's like the SWAT's outside. He's a
Goblin
kid.
and Electro.
There's a lot of stuff that just fucking happened, and he just got blown the fuck up, and he's still a kid, by the way. Like, and then his aunt is dying. Like, I don't know how often he's had to deal with death in front of him, like from other people, like to know what's wrong. Like, I don't know if he would understand, really. I mean, even if you're smart, there's a very high intense situation that's all just happened in the last few seconds. And then, he's like, he tries to call for help out there. The police are outside, I wasn't sure if the police were really like, we're going to arrest you, Spider-Man, or if they were like, we're here to help you or to just look at you. I don't know what they're there for. Really, but then she's started.
She was bleeding. She had blood. Like they insinuate she's been stabbed properly.
Well, I know, but I'm saying. So, do you think that the scene was done really well, or do you think that Peter should have done something else? Is my question, because I've heard some people argue about this moment that he should have done something, and they think he's out of character by.
All right, no. Here's the thing.
This.
Okay, so it's like I've been in combat. I've, as a medic, helped treat combat casualties. All right, there's a difference between like in the zone, like shutting everything out and knowing like your job, what you've trained for repeatedly, on a stranger, and versus essentially your mom dying in front of you, and like now you're a deer in the headlights because you have like a personal attachment, and it's like, what the fuck, what do I do? Like, now a doctor, maybe like an ER doctor, I think could probably have his training overcome that, especially because like that's his job. So it's like, all right, yeah, sutures, fucking scalpel, forceps, whatever. It's like he knows what to do to save his emotional investment. But Spider-Man, like he knows how to punch people and swing. He doesn't like fuck. Like, oh god, my aunt's dying. This is like my last.
He might be an MIT kid, but he doesn't know medical things. And if you know anything, it's like if somebody's injured, do you think you should move them around or not move them? That's been from what I remember, just in basic passerby things, it's, if somebody's injured, don't move them. You could fuck them up even more. That's usually kind of the thing, like.
Well, it depends. Like in that situation, especially with a building that's got rubble and shit, probably best to hurry and get them the fuck out of there. Like, the rule of thumb is like, neck injuries.
Well, I'm saying if you don't,
they're paralyzed, but depending on circumstance, get them out of there and assess later.
That's what I'm saying. If you don't know what the problem is, and you're in this context, I don't think he'd know what to do at all.
Yeah, no. This
It's
context, it
very-
was totally fine. I
Yeah.
think anyone that's assessing, if anyone is like deep enough into like movie nerd talk and shit in any respect, and then they're like, "Oh, Spider-Man's totally out of character, just sitting here." Like, do you like Spider-Man 1? Because he's Spider-Man. He hasn't got like the full new suit, but he's using his skills to fight Macho Man. And then Uncle Ben's dead and bleeding out on the ground. He didn't move him. And like the cops are there. And like he didn't know what the fuck to do. He just, dies. So then he's like, revenge. So it's like we've already seen an example where it's like another Spider-Man didn't know what to do in that kind of scenario. There's a real investment.
Yes.
So yeah, no, and he's a kid. He's what medical training does he have? It's like he, again, what he knows is punching and swinging. He doesn't know medicine, and it's a deeply emotional investment.
You can make web shit, but that's doesn't exactly mean medical things here. And I don't know. So yeah, I thought that was done really well. And how before, even after all that, she, he was like, I'm just gonna send the button. I'm just gonna push the button. She's like, no. It's like, really? She's like, you did the right thing. She says the great power comes great responsibility. I thought that was fine, especially how
it was.
Like I want to say, like I think I reiterate that it's fine, even like especially when the other Peters come through, because Tobey Maguire essentially and Garfield they back up that same statement through them having done it with Uncle Ben. So I feel like even if it's not this Peter didn't have an Uncle Ben for it, that it doesn't take away from anything.
But this is the one thing I'll say, like it was really good, but it's not that this is a woke scene, but it's like this kind of sheds light on like this is still like in woke universe Marvel Disney, is because like a friend at work's like, oh yeah, this universe there's no Uncle Ben with this Spider. I'm like, oh, and then you're telling me like, no, he mentioned Uncle Ben in like Civil War. And I'm like, oh yeah, so no, I was right. This is kind of woke in the fact that like they skirt around Uncle Ben, and then they kind of have like this Uncle filler with Iron Man over time through a couple films, and then they actually give you a fully gratifying emotional scene to inspire him or further push him with the Aunt May instead of Uncle Ben. It's like they purposely rob you of the whole catalyst of Spider-Man's like resolve, and then they try to repackage it now 3 films later.
I don't feel like I don't feel like they rob you of the resolve though.
Well, no, that's supposed to be like his whole thing is Uncle Ben. Like because you just like you told me he mentions them in Civil War, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Uncle Ben is part of so like they went with the format. Uncle Ben's like the catalyst, the classic Uncle Ben dies, and that's
from what they implied from that was that he had the powers for a bit, but then when his uncle died, he decided to start trying to help people.
Yeah, well, that's same as like Spider-Man, where he has the powers. He's going to go fight and make money, gets gypped, and then unbeknownst to him, his like little revenge trip against the guy gypping him ends up indirectly costing Uncle Ben's life. So he realizes like what I do affects the world, so I got to be like on my toes 24/7. Like anything I do could fuck people up, so I got to be good all the time.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this though works for this because it's like
no, it works for this film. I'm just saying, like
I know what you're saying too, but
big
like,
picture.
I'm trying to reiterate too that like that this is a different type of situation where like it's not just a chance to save people in general. Like this is specifically like I know that she means to help people in general, but like this situation is specifically to help villains. Give them a chance. It's give them the second chance, essentially. Like the chance for redemption is essentially how I was taking that. That it's not just make the power crap go away. It's give them a chance at life or to do something good. If you just killed them, then that's all that is. If you give them a second chance with something, or you try to help them instead of kill them, maybe you can save them. Essentially, that's how I was kind of taking it, and not. Like to me, it wasn't the same exact aspect of the Uncle Ben's great power comes great responsibility. I think he already had that, but that this is just a different level of it, where it's don't kill your villains, like try to save them. It's kind of how I was taking it, because based on the situation they were in. But I don't know.
Yeah.
That's anyway. So that happens, and yeah, he's all pissed, and then I don't know what happens to him right after that. I think they cut to Ned and Mary Jane next.
They up on the well, no, that's when we cut. Like that happens, and then we cut, and that's where Ned and MJ portal the other two Peters, and
Well,
that was pretty funny.
They're sitting around, and they're like, oh no, there's
she's
one.
thinking about hitting the
and,
button herself.
Yeah, and he's like, I don't know, I want to hear from Peter, and then a spark thing shoots out. For a second, I was like, is that fucking Electro right there? Like, that would have been, with the sparks on the door. I was like, I'd be thinking that's Electro for a sec, but it's like, no, do it again. And then, oh yeah, he's got the thingy on, and then that was happening. A lot of people did not like that he was able to open up a portal at all or use magic. Kind of like a lot of people were that I saw that before I saw the movie myself were saying that's kind of like Ray, like kind of a Mary Sue type of thing, where it's like no training and you're doing this. But I don't know, from what I gathered is that opening portals is the simplest magic thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I don't know.
Here's I'll take it is I hate Ned. He is a really awful, ugly fucking dipshit actor that's playing a dipshit Miles Morales universe, like retooled character. Gank is the name, or Genki, from Miles Morales first run, and Ned is like essentially that. Instead of being Harry Osborn, it's like Gank, but they made him Ned. I hate his face. He's stupid. He's awful comic relief. It's just fucking awkward. Despite that, I did laugh at a lot of his scenes or the scenarios with him. I think is ham-fisted. This like portal thing. It was funny. It was like good sequence, especially with the whole like he's trying to talk to Doctor Strange, like, oh yeah, my Nana thinks our family has like natural magic to us or something, and it's trying to like get like recruited in Doctor Strange shit, and it's like, okay, really dream it, and then it's like, crap. And this is like a little window if they want to keep this actor to like tool him in as like some slapstick stupid shit for Doctor Strange universe. He'll probably fucking be in Doctor Strange 2, which is going to piss me off when I see that. But no, the scenes worked with the whole magic thing with him, but I hate him generally. I think it's pretty ham-fisted, and I don't look forward to the future that they'll probably shoehorn in with this kid.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like Ned. I don't like Ned either, but yeah, I was okay with the portal thing with how it was. Yeah, it just seemed.
And yeah, he's not really Mary Sue. He's not Ray because he fucks up. Like he just does this simple thing. He has the awareness of Doctor Strange and like the wizard shit.
Well, it's also the rest of the MCU in general. I kind of feel like. I don't know. It's not. I don't feel like it. You could probably look up some of that crap that he's learning from those books online. I don't know.
Oh yeah, because he's like, oh, I can't believe I'm in the Sanctum Sanctorum. So he's like, he's
aware of this. Yeah.
He's like dug into it. He's a nerd, so he's probably read a bunch and deep dive into like Reddit.
He said his family's into this, thinks that they have magic in their family or something. So
yeah, so he probably looked in whatever he could find as well, because thinking that it's like, oh well, how could what things do I need to know, or like how can I get recruited in, or how do I get into this? So if you start thinking, it's kind of plausible, the like development or whatever the interest. But
yeah, and after Aunt May's dead, he knows how important that is to his best friend, and it's like, I really want to see him. And from what we saw in Doctor Strange the movie, I think it's based on your emotional state to do things. When he was desperate or whatever in the Doctor Strange, it opened. Oh yeah,
he puts him on fucking Mount Everest.
I feel like the reason a lot of people would say that it took him so much to like he had to he had to be put in a place where there's no place to escape without going there. But it's like Doctor Strange was also extremely stubborn and extremely skeptical, and very hard to work with. And as to where Ned is the opposite, he's optimistic and easy to believe shit, and he's
Well, they're
friends with
strange
Spider-Man, and all
egotistical.
yeah, so it's like I don't know. I could kind of almost argue that it's easier for him to adjust to it, not because it's naturally he's better. No, it's just as far as what they establish magic crap to be, it's easy enough for him to open a portal. That's all I'm saying. It's like the other stuff seems like it takes more effort to learn from.
You know what it was? It was just like a comedic way of like doing like Anakin, where he's like kind of on accident takes out the fucking droid like
Right.
hive
Oh,
base,
R2,
whatever.
fire the things. Whoops! I accidentally destroyed the entire fleet over here. Whoops.
Yeah, he's just firing off like trying to figure out the buttons, and it happens to like be catastrophic.
Well, luckily he fucked up and went in there and did all these things on accident.
Yeah,
It's
and
fun
so it's
all
kind of
that,
like
yeah.
a very minuscule version of that with Ned, where it's like, and also if you're gonna say he's a Mary Sue or something, or like Ray, well, like
I guess they're saying it
not
was
long-
contrived. I guess is a better word. I guess.
okay, maybe,
the
but
wording.
like it has limits because you know like they got like, oh, you can sling ring, so they just like bank on it, and so then he's got the pour or whatever, and then he can't fucking close it, so like he's a fuck up. You
Well,
know,
I
so
was also going to say,
fails.
if we needed to bolster this in any way too, they're seen as smart kids. Like they're
they're trying to get an MIT, so
they're MIT capable, but only rejected because of the controversy of Spider-Man. So anyway, like so they do that.
When you
and
start digging, it's like, okay, I don't like these characters, but I can defend them. Like,
this is actually a good example of the writing not being horrible. Like, still could be better if it was tweaked, but compared to other stuff in this is fine. And then we get Andrew Garfield makes his appearance as Spider-Man here, and
that was pretty funny, dude. I was waiting to talk about that. Yeah, when he's like, "Oh yeah, show us your really Spider-Man," like stick to the wall, and he's like, "All right," and he like jumps.
Hold on. I love it too, but hold on, just real quick. So I'm trying to understand what happened there. So Toby and Andrew were on our planet in the thing. They weren't like the portal that he opened didn't open their universe. It opened on this one because from what they implied was that they sensed, Tom Holland in trouble, like after May was killed. Like that, they implied that they're here for a day or so.
Yeah, they spilled into the universe along with like the villains.
Okay, yeah. So when he opened the portal, he didn't yank them from another universe. It's from that makes this even more acceptable to me. Is that he didn't open a universal hole or nothing? It was a on the same planet portal. So
yeah, like they were here and they're like, what the fuck's going on? Like,
and so that actually makes sense too to the confusion of the Peters thing. Like if it was I want to find Peter and then it goes to a whole other universe and then plucks a Peter, I'd be like, bro, you have one close by. Why would you go to another fucking universe? So if there's three on the same planet.
It wasn't clear though. So yeah, like even though it's like, oh they were already here, like Doc Ock and stuff, but yeah, it wasn't a clear delivery. Like the way they presented was like they're peering into another universe. It's like what? So yeah, it could have been a little cleaner with that, but yeah, I like when they're like and shit, and they're freaking she's throwing the muffins, and
or the mom screams as soon as she sees him, and he takes his mask off. No, look, I'm a dude. It's like,
yeah,
that was funny.
Like, yeah,
I'm
prove
Peter
it.
Parker.
Like,
no, you're not.
He's just hanging on the ceiling
to the ceiling.
It's like
crawl on the ceiling, crawl on it.
Like,
crawl.
Fine. And it's like, oh, if you're really Spider-Man, can you clear out those cobwebs since you're up there? Like,
yeah, I love it. So what do you say? Yeah,
that was just funny because it's like when I was a kid, I always maybe it is, I don't know, but I always thought cobwebs or spiders or I don't know.
Yeah, I thought that was hilarious. And he actually crawls over there and does the thing, and she throws the bread at him. He's like, "What's that for?" If you have the tingly thing. He's like, "Yeah, I have the tingly thing, but not for bread." Like, okay, and throws it at him again a little later. It's just like, come on, that was good. And I thought it was kind of weird how he's trying to convince them so hard that he's Spider-Man. I wasn't sure why he was trying to convince them so hard. Maybe because they opened the portal, so he like figures that they're important to this. But otherwise, like, you know what I mean? Like if these were random people, like why would he be trying to convince them so hard that he's Peter Parker or Spider-Man? I didn't really get why he was. I loved it, but you know what I mean? Like, do you get why?
No.
Okay. Like I'm just like maybe they think that because they're confused that he's not Peter Parker or something, they think he's not, that he's like, okay, well that must mean you know a Peter Parker here, and I need to find that one, so therefore I guess that works. I guess that's makes enough sense. And then he tries again to find the real Peter, and then nope. There's been a lot of bots in my chats lately.
I know it.
With these, Jesus Christ. And then he opens the portal again, and then Toby comes out. What's funny?
Those are actually cars.
What?
You know, they're friends with Tomater.
Fuck you.
I knew. As soon as I said cars, I was waiting for you to like have like what? You know, just be totally like sidetracked, and take a second, and be like, well, yeah, you know, Tomater, and then take you a second, and then you'd be like, I fucking hate you, like.
Well, that's what happened. You predicted
round it back to the blue collar comedy verse.
Anyway, yeah, my audience, when Andrew came out, a lot of people gasped. They're like, and then when Toby came out, a lot of people were like, oh my god! Like there wasn't any cheering or anything. It was just, oh my gosh, you know, like wow, is that him? You know, a lot of people.
Well, no, I was disappointed at first though when Toby came because he had Andrew in his suit, and then Toby comes in like a bum, and I'm like, oh, are you fucking kidding me? They're gonna, and then like Larry's like, yeah, I'm always ready, and he's like shows like under his neck.
I like,
oh,
that.
Thank God! Like,
yes, I liked that because it was like, yeah, he's. Then the way they implied was that he
does try to have a life. This Spider-Man, I forgot. Like, oh yeah, that was the thing. It's like Superman. You got to wear it under your clothes. Like,
yeah, you got to be ready all the time. He doesn't have any gizmos or gadgets to stuff his suit into. He's got to just have it ready. So yeah, I did also just like how, like, yeah, they implied that, yeah, he is Spider-Man. He does all his Spider-Man duties, but he does try to have a little bit of a life. But it's like, you know, he doesn't. It seems like he accepts that, you know, Spider-Man comes first for the most part. It's still for the Toby one. I was like, they didn't focus too much on that aspect, but
you know, I was joking, but I'm really mad they actually didn't bring in the Rent guy. I was like, even if like, at least as like a audible gag, where it's like when Strange is like, we got like the universe is stripping open the whatever, and all the people that know Peter trying to like seep through. And
yeah, when you see if you see just seeing one of the silhouettes of them or whatever, he's like, rent, Peter, rent. There's 3 of you, only 3 times the rent, or something like some silly like that. It's just like, what? Just a funny little nod.
Or
if they're going to embrace any memes, they might as well embrace that meme. You know?
Yeah, or they could have had when he's getting the little 1-room apartment, like, you know, don't forget the rent, and be like, ah,
or you have a different apartment person go, you gotta be on time with your rent. This guy is insane. Like, you gotta get that rent.
And then you hear like polka music.
Oh, that'd be great. But so Toby's there, and yeah, he just kind of strolls through, and I like how he and Andrew have a little stare down. They're like, wait a second. I didn't know if they thought each other was a threat for a sec or not, or if they're just, you know, teasing each other anyway. I wasn't sure if what they thought of each other immediately. Because they both started to web each other real quick. Like,
sorry,
did you get the impression? Did you get the impression that they thought that each other was a threat, or that they were just testing each other when Toby walks through and then he sees Andrew, and they do a little web out real quick?
Yeah, it was like a spider sense thing, and then like. But like once they both like reacted, like, okay, all right, you're cool. Like, which I thought like they kind of did that too quick, because it's like, well, just because you have my power, like I fought Venom, at least.
I was about to say, yeah, you could still be a threat. Like, you could still be a threat technically, but
imposter, you know.
But I guess it was like that the web came out, and I think that he stopped Andrew's web shooter, I guess, because it's a device. And then it's like, okay, cool, and then so by virtue. This is the one thing I will say that this movie does really well, and that's at least with the Peters, with all the Peters, there's very good like visual language, like without dialogue. There's a lot of they the acting's spot on with a lot of it. Like,
Yeah, no, they had a lot of good natural chemistry. All three being, having helmed
yes.
Spider-Man, the iconic role.
Well, I mean, the fact that you can just by the looks on their faces and they don't say something, it's like you can kind of really tell what they're thinking based on what we know about them. And I really love that. Like, especially like when they see Peter later, Tom Holland beating the crap out of Osborn, they look at each other. It's like he's doing that darky poo. We both been through our shit. We got to stop him. He's got to do the right thing. And and then with Tom Holland,
you know what it's like. You haven't seen it, I don't think, but Walk Hard, the Dewey Cox story. It's like a big gag on
Walk Hard. Is that with The Rock?
No, that's Walking Tall. Walk Hard is mainly a parody of Walk the Line film about Johnny Cash, but it's really a big meta parody of like rock biopics. And so they take all these like tropes and stuff. So like at one point, Dewey Cox, the like Johnny Cash character, starts getting into drugs and shit, and his like wife left him and shit. And so he's like just sleeping around and doing drugs. And at one point, because this is like a trope in rock stories and rock movies. And so one of the band members is asking another one, it's like, what's wrong with Dewey? He seems so sad or whatever. It's like, he used to be happy. He's like, that was early Dewey. This is middle Dewey. Like,
yeah, now it's on.
And so it's kind of like when I think about it, it's kind of like the Peters, they like see this young Peter going through this now, and it's like, well, this is middle Peter. Like,
yeah, I'll get you the middle Peter and that Peter.
Yeah. Toby and Andrew are like in the late Peter stage.
Well, I liked it because they felt like brothers. Like they really like, Toby being the more experienced brother, like almost mentor, and then the Andrew Garfield, like he's gone through stuff. He's not like full on as as through it as Toby, but he's been through shit and still working through it. And then Tom is just going through the stuff for the first time, like really experiencing the loss of things, and like oof, like it's really hitting hard here. And,
yeah, when he's about to stab Goblin with his glider, I was like, I was kind of hoping he would, just to like push this character in a new direction.
I want to get to that soon when we get there, because I have a bit to say with that whole scene. But okay, so is there anything else you wanted to comment on with them in the kitchen when they all meet with the two Spider-Men and Mary Jane and Ned? Was there anything else?
No, I just think they missed an opportunity, like with meta, like meme culture stuff. They really missed an opportunity to have like the classic meme from the cartoon where like the Spider-Mans are pointing at each other.
That's a good point. That would have been great, especially with the memes they already addressed.
That would have been a great wink to the audience, because like Spider-Verse, they were wanting to have at least a cutscene voiced by Garfield and Maguire, but clearly there was the whole MCU stuff going on that they're like, no, not yet.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that was good, and I liked how the mom or whatever was like, "Can you clean up the webs that you all fucking threw in here?" And they're cleaning up the webs. I was like, "That's a nice little detail that, like, whenever they web things, they just go away." And it's like,
well, yeah, because normally, they just whatever webbed up the streets. So that, like, you're in my house, clean this shit up, like,
it's like
Scooby Doo this shit.
You almost think about whenever they do their web stuff and leave, like how much stuff you have to clean up after that, and it's like when they remember in the first Spider-Man when he like when he webs up the like criminals and stuff and leaves them for the cops. It's like how what does it take to clean all that webbing? You get a bunch of sticks and you web it down. You know what I mean? It's like strong webbing,
I think
right?
about like Lord
how do you
of the Rings,
do that? Like
when he goes through Shelob's lair, and like, oh, gross, like, ugh.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be hard to clean up,
Or like even when Toby like gets the like spoon stuck to his wrist and he like pulls it and it's like, and he's like dragging the tray.
Yeah. Fun stuff. And then they're like, we need to find Pete. Where is he at? Is there a place that he goes to when he's wanting to be alone, which, I liked that scene. Now it's like the way they're talking is like, yeah, we both know that we like to go to high places and chill to get the fuck away from everything. It's like, I go to the Chrysler Building, I go to the Empire State Building or whatever. It's a nice little thingy. And they're
Nice
like, okay,
view.
so yep, and like, okay, so he's going to be in his little chill spot. And they go there, and yeah, they have a nice little moment where they're hugging each other and kind of crying over Aunt May's death. And I gotta admit, I'm not super attached to all this stuff, but I was like, man, you guys are getting my eyes a little watery here. Not crying, but I'm like, dude, this is some emotional shit. Okay, this is, good job, Marvel. These were the slowest moments in the movie for me, like when the Peters are arriving. I was like, these weren't as, rush pace. So I was enjoying that it was, a little slower.
Yeah, no, they took their time. I was surprised about that because like a lot of this is just like, hey, we're here, and no, we're doing this, and oh, there's this thing, and yeah, we gotta do this, and it's very like just like Peter's very squirrel. Like the whole making of the shit's very squirrel, and yeah, it's kind of surprising that
This
like,
was
they
very
had some
you
good
can breathe. You can breathe for a second in this moment, but it's like, oh man, you're like invested. I was the most invested when they're all just figuring out each other. With the Peters and MJ and all them, like I was like, this is good, and I like how they also clarify that she's not Mary Jane. She's in this movie, she's like, no, I'm not Mary Jane. I'm whatever Johnson
Michelle.
or something.
Michelle
yeah,
Jones.
Michelle Johnson, other Jones. I was like that. I think that might help satisfy a lot of fans. That he might still find a Mary Jane later or something that's different. Maybe I don't know. But
apparently there's a whole other trilogy they're trying to do with Tom Holland at Sony.
I could see them doing that maybe. But with this, I mean, yeah, I loved seeing the Peters come by, they swing in, and he's a little on guard at first, and he's like, like, we know what you're going through. Don't tell me what you're going through. And Andrew and Toby are both instantly just like, okay, we'll let you say what you're saying, but like, yeah, we've gone through this shit literally. Like, we've gone through worse than you pretty much, like at least as far as loss. Like, they have lost a lot as well, and through their own actions. And yeah, I love that. Peter's like, yeah, I'm going to send you back, and you can deal with it and all that stupid shit. It's all your problems and everything. And then Toby and Andrew talk about when their Uncle Ben's and his Gwen was lost and everything. It's like there's some good scenes. And the reason why I say that like I don't think that Uncle Ben was fully robbed, at least like the concept of like a man distilling this type of virtues is like through Toby, when he's like, Tom Holland was like great power, and he's like, comes great responsibility, says all that, and it's like, I don't know, it reiterates that these two Spider-Men had that instilled on them by a father figure. So I don't know. Did you have any comments on this scene? I guess regardless of that.
No.
Okay. I just thought it was another great type of scene where they're all three Peter Parkers, and they're all they all are getting each other even more through here. And again, Andrew Garfield, like surprisingly, really good. Like,
well, he's a good actor. He's been
considering
in
what it's
he was in Heartbreak Ridge with Mel Gibson directing.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen him in anything else. Hacksaw Ridge was the name of that film, right?
Yeah.
You said Heartbreak.
Oh, sorry. There's I think Heartbreak Ridge is a movie with Clint Eastwood about Marines in the like 80s.
Right.
Yeah. Hacksaw Ridge, yeah.
But yeah, so like yeah, he was doing really good. And I guess, I mean, like I understand he's a good actor, but the fact that it's his Spider-Man character that is from his shitty Spider-Man movies, that is like he's doing really well here. And even like I'm glad that he has that shitty Spider-Man past, because even with that still works here with how he is now. I don't know, you know what I mean? It's like when they take something shitty but make it work in the future somehow with their character, like that
better
was
direction.
Good. Like, I guess the thing is here, and this was funny. So when I was watching EFAP's chat, Mahler's chat, when they're breaking this down and they're talking about this and how they like this, a lot of the chat was going, "Oh, you just like key jangling, You know, you like just the stupid shit in your face, and it's like, no, like a lot of things do that these days, where they just go, look, a cameo, the person has arrived. Okay, they're gone by. And this did it really well. Like they had the characters here and have meaning, and it wasn't just a wave and then goodbye. It was and it wasn't just look how badass they are. It was like look at them as characters and how they grow and are utilized well. Like I don't know, you know what I mean? I guess like, you know, it wasn't I'm trying to think of an example.
It wasn't surface level. It had some depth.
Yeah, there was a lot of depth to it and character growth and arcs to it. So I really like that aspect. And then do we go to the high school after this part? After they on the ceiling on the
Well, yeah,
ceiling?
they're on the ceiling, so then they go in to like the lab and start working on fixes for all the villains, and they're kind of chatting, and that's where like the Ned like learns about McGuire's Harry Osborn.
Yeah, I love that. And I love the interactions, and they're all, you know, there's three Peters that are smart scientists, but a little different, and a little humorous banter in between. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, I don't got much to say about it. It's fine.
Yeah, and Toby's like, you know, is like, yeah, I had an MJ, you know, my MJ, of course, a little confusing here with this, but you know, it's all these fucking same characters and people being named, pretty good. And then after that, they Tom Holland does a little vlog that he sends to J. Jonah Jameson, right?
Yeah, that's his way to get the villains to come to the spot where they get like their plan.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to tell you. He's like, what are you going to tell us today, Spider-Man? He's like, the truth. That'll be the day. I mean, it's just like, just against everything he's saying, but you know, trying to make him super Alex Jones, even though it's like, well, I don't know. There's some.
Well, I wouldn't even say they're making him Alex Jones. It's that they're making him the villain.
They want him to be Alex Jones the way that they see him.
Yeah. That's what I was getting. It's like the way the media, like if you look up Alex Jones or look up like Sandy Hook Alex Jones, it's just like all these like corporate angles to like discredit him, even though like Rogan talks about like just today, it's like, yeah, like Jones is telling me about Epstein like a decade ago. It's about like the shit that they would get on these guys to like, you know, like the L Brands guy, the guy that did like Victoria's Secret and stuff. He gave him like this, like, I think 150 million or like 750 million, something ridiculous number. The like house that like the FBI raided after they arrested him, whatever. That was from the L Brands guy, you know. And this is stuff like Alex Jones like was like so some capacity aware of like this cabal and shit around Epstein and like how he would entrap people.
Yeah.
And you know, so it's like that's shit like you have to like really dig deeper, just dig into InfoWars and stuff, history, to know this stuff, because like the general media hides it. And so that's what I mean.
Yeah, the general media
they try to make
person.
Jay Jonah like the image they portray of Alex Jones.
Yeah, they think he's a crazy like conspiracy theorist nut job, essentially. So that's what he does. And so he's like, you know, where are you going to meet? He's like, where is this place going to be that you're going to meet them, huh? And he's like, you know, at the Statue of Liberty with the Captain America shield being added. It's like, oh, another monument to destroy. That was kind of funny.
That was cringe. The let's put the
Captain
America shield.
Yeah, I thought that was cringe too. It's like that's a dumb position to have it in if you're gonna have a shield above your head. Like, I don't know, I think you'd have it over your chest or something. I guess like you're gonna hold it.
Well, it's like, yeah, I get like in this world, these heroes are real. These heroes are real and stuff, but it's just like that looks
like really dumb.
Well, it's just like, don't desecrate a monument that
I thought it was a new statue. They were
building. That's the Statue of Liberty.
I thought it was like a whole other separate statue, like a second Statue of Liberty with shield and shit on it.
No, that was the Statue of Liberty that they're like remodeling with like Avengers shit with, you know, Captain America's shield, which the whole like, oh, it should be a sword. That's the customary. It's like, well, that's the whole angle of Captain America is like, well, he uses a shield, so he's defensive. He's not aggressive. That's like the
Well,
whole.
maybe
he
he should be holding a pen in that hand and a shield in the other one or something. No.
Like, yeah, well, that's like there's a symbolic depth with Captain America having a shield because that's like his sort of weapon, but it's defensive. So like that kind of reveals a lot about the character. Just
Yeah,
from
I'll
the image.
defensively beat the shit out of you with the blunt end of my shield. You know, out of defense. Yes.
Well, he's not the idea is like he's not an aggressor. That
I know what you mean, but I like taking it. It's like he could have taken Tony's head off with the thing. Like it's shield, all you want, but
Well, he stabbed his fucking arc reactor and killed his suit. Like
exactly. Anyway,
that's why the spoon is the greatest utensil because it can be a weapon. A fork is just poking. You can't. I don't know. It's its own little tangent, but
I guess you can scoop somebody's eye out, but you can also poke their eye out too. So I don't know.
Well, like the thing is, the spoon is like a shovel, so a shovel can be a weapon. Because it's essentially a rounded blade.
Well, so could a pitchfork.
Well, yeah, but like you can't properly scoop a lot of shit with this pitchfork. That's why a spoon or a spork is the best utensil because it's like the most range of use.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. But so that's where they're gonna fight, and we get a little bit of time for the Peters to all chat with each other, which I thought their conversation was pretty good. That's where I'm like, seriously, there should be a show with these guys. Like this is just great.
Peters.
He's like, what's the craziest villain you guys have ever fought? I got a huge purple guy and I was in space and all that stuff. And Toby's like, I had a black goo monster alien thing, and he's like, oh man, mine sounds lame. I have a rhino guy in a machine. I have a guy in a rhino machine. It's just like, okay. He's like, don't call yourself lame. You're amazing. It's like, yeah, I kind of needed that. Like,
yeah, that was funny. It's like,
it's kind of corny.
Like,
it's dorky, but I liked it because they're all dorky. Like that's kind of. It was like wholesome. It's like, oh,
they're all nerds that just happen to get this cool power,
and they always beat themselves up. Like they always blame themselves for everything, and so to have another person essentially who understands it, it's like, hey, no, you're fine, it's okay. I like that, and then they're like, so how do you have the web stuff come out of your body? It's just like, I don't know, does it come out of anywhere else? I don't want to talk about this. If it's personal, you don't need to. It's like all this dialogue was great, and then he's like, "No, it's serious because we have to make ours, and then we have to all the cartridges we run out, and do you ever have blockage? I actually did have blockage. How do you have blockage? It's like an existential crisis thing. Oh yeah, and there. It's just like, dude, I loved. It's like I just wanted more of this. Like even if they didn't fight villains, like just have them just do day-to-day shit in Three Peters in the apartment or something. Just gotta meet up and do things. Like I don't know, that'd be entertaining at least. Is all. Even if it wasn't. I don't know.
I think it was a shame they didn't have Daredevil a bit more. Like,
see, I'm okay that he didn't fight, but I do agree. Like, they dropped him entirely after that, and it's kind of like, I mean, you guys could have had him do something else. Yeah, he doesn't have to. I feel like him suiting up would have kind of taken away from the other two Spidey.
You could have had him you could have just had him cross paths because he's been doing intergalactic shit.
Right.
International stuff with Far From Home. So it's now he's back home and Murdoch somehow happens to be his lawyer and he catches that brick and which you're what the fuck? He's like, I'm a really good lawyer.
That was a really good little scene too, and a nice little way to.
I think they should have just had something briefly where he just kind of crosses them, they're all on their way, and it's like, who the fuck's that guy? That would have been enough, just a little quick, they just cross them, but they're busy with their tasks. It's like, who's that guy? I don't know.
Or when the lizard breaks out of the truck or something, and he's gonna chase after them. If that would have been a good moment to have a Daredevil type of scene. It's like, should I get involved in this? Nah, fuck that. I got clients to meet. Fuck this. I don't know. Just something. It's there's 3 Spider-Men up there. They got it. Just something. I agree though. A little bit. Again, a TV show. with this stuff would have made more fucking sense for some reason. Like, fuck Hawkeye, fuck all that stuff. Have this, little Spider-Man multiverse show. Would have done a little better so far, but who knows what the writing.
Apparently, Hawkeye's revealed Kingpin in it from
I don't care.
Daredevil, so I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool, but it's Hawkeye, so
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't care. It's like, I would have,
Hawkeye and Girl Hawkeye. Ooh, like
yeah, I liked Michael Clark Duncan as a Kingpin.
well, it's like, oh,
imposing.
so you got this hero with like all this shit, and they used him well in a comedic way without making him like just a complete butt of a joke, but through the series. But it's like, oh, we got this like guy who's arrows, and then he gets like sad after the blip, so then he's Ronin and killing fucking crime bosses.
Now he's got swords.
Yeah, and so then it's like, oh yeah, for a future, whenever this guy runs out, we got a girl to replace him. Like, ooh, because that's so much more powerful. A girl with a fucking bow, like, like. Stop it. Just forget this. Why?
Bows are harder to do things with, like, especially if you have to, like, if you have to hold it for a little bit, that's hard.
Yeah, no, it's like, hey, let's take John Wick, but he only has bows and arrows. Like, he's super accurate with a fucking bow and arrow. It's like, well, what if he was just really accurate with a gun? And it's like, well, you have Punisher. And it's like, oh, so you just don't fucking need this guy. Okay.
Like, unless you put him in, like, medieval times or some shit, like he's good with guns, but then, I don't know, his accuracy.
Well, yeah, because it's even like...
learn accuracy with a bow and arrow now.
It's like, ooh, deep covert spy espionage. Well, you got Black Widow with a gun, like, and her sex appeal versus how many targets are going to be gay for Hawkeye to seduce? Like, not very many. It's a huge minority. Like, there's not really many roles this Bowman is needed. Like,
well, I'd say to take them from the present, take John Wick and put him back in medieval times without guns, or something, or take Hawkeye and put him in medieval times, but have it be where he's good with guns, but has to learn. He's accurate and shit, but now he has to learn his accuracy with a different tool. Like, that would be interesting, I think, to switch it up. You can't just hand-to-hand pistol shit all the time. He's got to learn how a different weapon works that's far less convenient. Anyway, we can bitch about Hawkeye later. Anyway,
it's just such a stupid waste to like add in with like the world you got. Like, oh,
I know. So we're talking Daredevil a little bit with that. Would have been nice to have just like 2 more minutes of him. I think would have been nice a little bit. I don't even want to see him in his suit. Just him as Matt Murdock is fine with me.
I'm surprised he didn't have like one court scene, like just something quick where it's like, haha, we won the case.
I agree. Yeah, something else to show him off a little bit, and maybe. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot you could do there easily with interacting.
Yeah, because the whole thing is like he can cheat kind of in court when he's in. He
can listen to heartbeats and shit. In a way, he has a spidey sense in his own way. A little different, but still, and that'd be nice to play on that a little. But
see, Daredevil isn't even like more powerful. He's blind.
He's blind and has different senses. Take away a sense, and the other ones are stronger.
He has an elevated sense from the radiation,
and he's skilled at fighting. He had to learn how to fight and will fight blind.
Yeah, but he's not really. He's just a guy has mutated senses.
Yeah,
that's it. And so, like, that's cooler.
Which is
than
kind
Hawkeye.
of the lowest things you can do to make you like normal, but almost super powered, like to be on that level almost. Other than having gadgets and stuff, like that's another way to do it, which is nice. But anyway, that would have been nice to have them there. You get the Spider-Man all there, and then the villains show up, and I don't know. What do you think about this whole team up scene with the 3 Spideys versus the villains? I'll admit the shot where they're all swinging together. I'm surprised they didn't use that in a trailer. And then landed together. Like
I was actually really under. Besides like their interaction is fun, whatever, but like the actual like fight with the villains and curing
I was
them,
underwhelmed too. Thank you. I
I
was
was like,
like,
whatever.
this was kind of. I was like, this felt like fillery to me again. Like it
That should have
seemed
been like
off.
the pivotal, but they had like the big scenes were like the more emotional, like Aunt May and him not rekindling with MJ. Those are the big payoff scenes, but
Yeah.
like the actual like fight, I was like, whatever. I
This
don't
was that
care.
typical type of we just need a fight, therefore let's have a fight. And it was like Sandman goes all sandstormy, and then Lizard's like going rar, and then Electro's like, don't make me. I like how he said, "Don't make me a murderer." Like that was kind of a. I liked his swag here still a little
Yeah.
more than the others, but other than that, it's just like, yeah, I don't like Sandman. What are you doing? What are you doing? You want to get back your daughter, right? Like, what are you trying to do all this shit for? And then. Like, Electro,
Yeah,
I
but
kind
then
of get your motivation because you think I get his the most because he thinks he's going to die if he goes back. I sort of think that's
Yeah.
what he wants to do or something. I don't know.
yeah, I was pretty underwhelmed with the whole fight sequence, and then Strange pops out and gets the sling ring back from Ned, and it's like, oh, okay. And then
Well,
you got
hold
the
on,
box like,
before that, they are fucking up their teamwork, which I thought was funny a little bit. Like, it's small humor where it's like they're webbing each other, they're getting in the way of their webs, they're like saying Peter did this and that, but like it's confusing as fuck because they're all Peter, and then they all regroup and they're like, what do we do here, and it's like, we're not used to working as a team. He's like, well, I work with the Avengers. The Avengers, is that like a band? It's just like, no, that's a team. You don't have that. Like, oh, we don't have time for that. And it's like, all right, I'm Peter 1, you're Peter 2, I'm Peter 3. Okay, let's go. It's just like, you guys, I like you guys. It's just like, okay, let's go fight. And then it's like, okay, that was okay and all, but yeah, I agree. Honestly, yeah, this is the thing. They have a lot of great moments, but they're usually smaller. The smaller scale moments are usually the better moments. But they made this one try to make it super big. And it's like, hey, it just felt kind of bland with it. Like you can almost put this type of scene in anything Marvel, and it kind of blends in. And the little interactions in between are nice, but yeah, like I feel like if this was a more restrained battle of some kind, like it wasn't this huge Sandman is going all crazy, and then the lizard's coming around, and Electro's electrifying everything. Like this could have been kind of cool, but
yeah,
I don't know. Like
Yeah,
I
I was
guess Spider-Man, the first, the Tobey Maguire ones, like those fights seemed like, they're one-on-one, and I'm fine with there being multiple people in it, but I kind of get where I'm going with that it's like you can follow what's happening here and the specific events, and I don't know, like
well, yeah, honestly, McGuire should have been a bit better as a teammate because we've seen him at least once
teamed up
coordinate
with Harry,
with Hobgoblin. So
yeah.
but yeah, it was underwhelming, but there was the one good emotion payoff during that was when MJ falls and you're like, oh no, it's gonna happen again, and then Garfield
Andrew,
saves her.
well, that's another thing that I love too, is that you can see his face almost start to cry as he goes for it, because it's like, this is reminding him point for point with MJ and all that, and Tom Holland tried to get her, but the Green Goblin got in his way and fucked that up, and it was like, oh shit, like that was good. This was again like using the stuff from the old other movies and still like improving on it to me, like that. Like that's good, satisfying. And the fact that MJ, props to her too, was like, "Are you okay?" Like hearing that this is what happened to his lover earlier.
No,
the
that
same
was
scenario.
like, are you
Practically.
okay? I'm like, wait, there's other shit going on. That's kind of gay. Like,
To me, I don't know. To me, there's moments where I think you can. I was okay with that.
In that scenario, I don't even think she would think to ask that when it's like, y'all have the powers, fucking fix this shit. Like, like I just don't think that'd be her train of thought in that moment. Like that's like a later we're recovering, maybe. But yeah, I thought that was like, I don't think that would happen.
I thought that was all right, but yeah, that's pretty much. Like, I don't like. I think Doc Ock comes in next, and Electro is tough to do this because he has the arc reactor. powering him up, and then Doc's like, I'm gonna help you, and then he's like, nah, I'm not, fuck it, I'm getting this off of you, and he gets flumped.
Playing
and
Trixie.
yeah, they all flump back to normal, and Strange walks in, and yeah, he's like, okay, and he's
Time to
like,
go bye-bye.
all right, I'm not gonna be all mean to y'all. I'm impressed that you. He's like, oh, you made a portal? Okay, cool. And yeah, that was all right. And he's like, okay, cool, that's working, I guess. And
Honestly, I think it was pretty bland, because then it like you're like, oh fuck, I forgot about Goblin. He foils the whole thing and blows up the spell.
Yeah, well, and then the way Steven appeared too, I don't know. There's a lot of there's a lot of stuff in this whole sequence that I like, but then a lot of stuff that I don't like. That's just like really like what do you guys get tired at this point trying to think about what to do? Like, you don't know what's gonna happen here. The way Strange comes in, the way Goblin comes in, the way there's a lot of stuff. It's just kind of. I mean, I liked how when Ned opened the portal and he couldn't close it, and the lizard at some point hears them, and it's like, what the fuck? And goes to the portal and tries to go in there and get him, and then that's why they end up in the scene. I think that was okay.
Yeah, that was a good way to include them and kind of.
I assume they wanted to have Ned and her there, but they wouldn't be there because of the plan. But what if something fucks up with the plan? And why would they be here? Lizard see, it's like that worked.
Yeah, no, that was fun.
Okay, and then we're almost to the end. And then what happens next? The
Goblin blows up the box.
Goblin, yeah, he swipes in real quick. I like how Doc Ock immediately tries to deal with Goblin. Like immediately tries to do stuff. He's not waiting around. He's trying to be heroish this time. Trying to do stuff really quick, reacting quickly. And it's I was surprised that Strange got kind of duped. Is this wizard magician super guy, he got duped, did. And all like how all the Peters just look at the box. They all look at the box. They all sense and see there's a bomb. Fuck, Strange now. But then the thingy comes out, the spell thing, and gets all kind of fucked and has a crack in the universe. And you see a little people for a sec. I have no idea who any of them were because it only shows them for like 2 seconds. Did you catch anything that they show from the universe cracks? I don't really care personally.
That'd be like deep nerd stuff. So it's like, ooh, that silhouette is X character. They're teasing this, and like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, that's Carnage or something. Who cares?
No, they already fucked up. They already fucking killed Carnage. Well, I mean, I guess technically multiverse, so it'd be different Carnages, but yeah, they already fucked that up and killed him and Venom too.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and then they do that, and then Tom Holland has a one-on-one fight with Osborn and beats him up, and then they get the nice little scene of Peter's about to kill him, Tom Holland's about to kill him, and then Toby, again without saying a word, looks at Andrew and then flies over there real quick or jumps over there and gets in front of the way. And I also like how Toby stops him, but then like Tom still pushes forward. Like if Toby were to give way, that would kill Toby. Like Tom's that much into it real quick, but then Toby doesn't say a word. He's just looking at him, and after a few seconds, Tom lets go and stops. So I was like, you don't need to say words here, and they did good by not doing that. They just, by the looks, they understand what they're saying and doing. I like that.
Yeah, it was good. I didn't expect him to get fucking stabbed though when he saved Goblin. Like, oh, you piece of shit! Like, no, Toby, no.
Yeah.
It's like, oh god, they're gonna kill Toby. No. That was my thought. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Now
when he stabbed him, yeah.
But then later he's like, oh yeah, I'm stabbed. Like,
I've been stabbed before, whatever. And I like also another subtle detail, like when Garfield threw the thing to him and then jabbed him in the neck, and then he's turning back to normal. They cut to Toby and he just smiles. It was like, even he, who has a lot of reason to want to kill Osborn is like, yes, he's finally free. Like, his mind shit is gone. And he's like, what have I done? They didn't really do much with him after that. He's like, what have I done? Okay, you're done. You're at the story now, essentially. But that'd been interesting to see his reaction. You'd think that this is a thing that I heard a lot of people say too, was that they thought that the villains in this got like, got like rewarded or freed. And I'm just kind of like, I don't know. They got their powers removed, but they still did a lot of crimes. I think they'd still pay for those in their universe, but we don't see the resolve of any of that, so we don't know what happens exactly.
Yeah, I heard people say like all these villains are nerfed from the original, and it's like, well, Doc Ock, no, Goblin, no, Electro, definitely not. Maybe Sandman and
Lizard, maybe.
Lizard seemed just consistent because all he is just a big body tearing shit up, so it's pretty consistent. I don't know. If anything, I think they kind of accentuated Osborn more, like, because now you got like a cast of characters, not just him and Spider-Man. And
Yeah.
So like, yeah, he's kicking the shit out of him. Like,
well, and considering the like cast amount in this movie, like they did a lot of character work for a lot of characters. That's
they
really
juggled
good.
a lot. They did. Well, they juggled like fucking like.
Remember when we said
fairly big characters?
Remember when we'd be like, oh, 3 villains in a movie is too much for Spider-Man. It's just like, well, no, just gotta kind of do it right, I guess. Like,
well, it's not. I'm never one to like, oh, there's too many villains or too many heroes. It's like, it's just, it's all about delivering if you balance it right. So it's like you've seen this with like Avengers. So it's like kind of a natural progression. Like, all right, we've done heroes consistently, so like now we can start evolving into villains.
Yeah, I just mean that was always a common complaint people had, and I disagreed as well all the time. I was like, they didn't do it well here, but they could do it well in other things, and they did it really well here. And I was impressed with that. I was like, man, you gave a lot of the villains and the heroes, other Spider-Men, good things to do here. And I just really loved that. And then it was wish time. He's like, how can we? He's like, what can I do to help? And he's like, I don't know. And he's like, what if you do the normal wish from the original? He's like, okay, yeah, I guess so. And he's just kind of, okay, we gotta do that. And then he flumps it. And I kind of like too. He's like, yo, you guys are awesome. And I don't know what to say. And they're like, yeah, that's what we do. You know it. Yeah, okay. And then he's like, you're in pain.
The thing with like make everyone forget me, it makes me wonder, like, well, the people from the other universes, are they gonna is the other Peters?
I don't know if Peter Parker can forget about Peter Parker. It's kind of a weird thing.
Well, because it's like, well, what, like, it's not like what's the point of the movie, but it's like, well, like, how's it gonna work? They go back to their old universe. Are they just gonna blip back in the moment they left and totally forget this whole fucking story, or is it?
That's what I would hate, because I love their development in this bit. Their interactions with each other was really good.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, are you just gonna like every time there's a Spider-Verse, it just resets their brains when they go back?
Well, and the fact that that Toby and Andrew were able to save their villains, they're able to do that. They weren't able to do that in their original movies. They ended up getting themselves killed, and here they're able to save them. That was also a very good moment.
It makes me wonder about a lot of the possibilities now that you've done this multiverse stuff, even though for this film, Strange like closes it with like Loki. It's like, oh no, this is happening. This is a bigger thing.
Well, Morbius is kind of a good example where I don't know what the fuck's going on in that one.
I saw some picture where it's like there's all these little Easter eggs where it's like, well, which universe is he in? And it's like, interesting. But I mean, this
I am all
like,
the universes.
They could so the Spider-Man 4 was supposed to have Vulture, and you already have Vulture now in Spider-Man MCU, and you've done the multiverse now. And the multiverse, even if Strange closes it in this story, is happening from Loki and or Wanda and whatever they do with that. So yeah, this could open the door for like, hey, we can do Spider-Man 4, we can do Amazing Spider-Man 3.
If anything, I agree that the Spider-Man name is stronger than ever. It's like dude, this is that's one thing that's funny with Sony.
On top
is like,
of still waiting for a live action Miles Morales, because before a few years ago, I wouldn't want that. And like the current day we're in with like BLM and shit influencing everything, and everything's racism. I'm hesitant for a Miles Morales live action, but at the same time, after Spider-Verse, I'm like, I don't know, man, they did fucking good, and that was just a Sony product. It wasn't even any Marvel intervention. So I'm open to it if it's good. So I mean, there's all sorts of possibilities with Holland and Venom and Morbius stuff, and then Maguire coming back maybe for a fourth. And
that's what I find. That's what I find interesting about Sony. Is it's funny because a lot of people would have been, Sony should just sell them Spider-Man, and it's like, dude, Sony kind of has Marvel over the barrel right now with Spider-Man. Like Spider-Man alone is like worth the Avengers in its entirety. Like Spider-Man by himself equals the equivalent of the whole Avengers movie, essentially. Like the team or something, like the characters. It's like you need all of those combined to equal Spider-Man. Like like Sony don't need to bend to you at all. Like, they got you kind of.
Well, the problem for Marvel is that this is my thing before this movie. I'm like, what are they going to do? And I still think I don't think they've won me with Holland as like a leader, he can be like a monetary leader with his movies, but he's not like in this like Avengers world. He's not like the leader. He's not like the guy to rally around. He's still a kid.
Well, and now based on the end of this, he doesn't want to be a leader. He wants to be the guy that in the shadows. That he's kind of Batman now.
If anything, yeah, this Spider-Man, if they continue with this path, he's kind of rogue. He's kind of
he'll show up, but he does not want to get involved with everybody anymore.
I would say after this, in his mouth like Avengers stuff, he kind of got to go minimal now. He kind of got to turn back to like
I would like that.
A Maguire type of Spider-Man that's very just on his own. But like they're in a conundrum because the Spider-Man is not a leader to rally around for the future, but that's like the only like IP they got with everything going on that's like long-term bankable and iconic to draw people, because you've Iron Man's gone, barring like a cameo, which Downey Jr. has been pretty adamant, like, yeah, they have to do something really crazy for me to come back. Evans might come back, I've heard, for something with Captain America.
I've heard that it's possible that he could come back as the Human Torch.
Oh Jesus!
That's not impossible after this movie. I don't know anymore.
But yeah, so it's like Fantastic Four has to be like a new cast. You can't do, even if you do multiverse, bring in the old Fantastic Four from the 2000s as like cameo stuff. Like no one's wanting that.
Yeah, nobody's desperate for it. You could do it technically.
I'd be fine with it. I actually like the Fantastic Four movies, but like
same
most
here.
But
the majority, that's what I'm saying. They could do it, and they could make them good, like the Amazing Spider-Man kind of, like as far as the characters. Like people, oh yeah, we're shitty movies, but good, good characters here.
Yeah, the problem is like you got Ruffalo kind of hanging around doing Hulk stuff, but it's like I don't know.
I don't really care about seeing more Ruffalo.
Hemsworth is doing at least one more Thor 4. You don't know what's going to happen after that, even though he's arguably the most powerful Avenger. Doctor Strange is cool, but like on his own, he's not really like ooh.
Well, and based on this movie, if he acts like this again, I don't want to fucking see him anymore. Like,
if anything, this really confused.
Trap him in the mirror world and never see him again. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, this really confused like my interest in him, depending on the direction.
Yeah, because he could have been great. I agree, but
this is the problem. Is like Spider-Man is the only like bankable thing they got. They got to like restart X-Men, even if they cameo like Patrick Stewart or Hugh Jackman. Like they're not going to be here long term for some series. They're too fucking old. Like Hugh Jackman's like 50 something. Patrick Stewart's about dead and doing Picard.
Jackman's been in so many movies, despite in like superhero movies. I don't know if he'll want to do them that long.
Deadpool is like just like a side like circus.
Yeah, I don't want to
character.
see him too much in things. Just maybe show up here or there. But
You
I don't want him
got
to be
like low level,
important.
like you got Charlie Cox and
You get the Daredevil stuff and Luke Cage and shit.
and maybe they'll get burnt off for Punisher again. But with them just redoing the logo and stuff to try to fight Trumpers for Punisher, like I don't know where they're gonna go with him, if at all. So like this is the problem, is like you put your eggs in these baskets and you're going to introduce like America Chavez or whatever and Doctor Strange. You got Captain Marvel and her Marvel's crew. You got Elizabeth Olsen, who's been around since 2014 as Scarlet Witch, but like she's not like a marquee character, and I don't think you can really.
And she's been getting worse, so
I don't think you can like make her the like focal point. Like they don't have anything but Spider-Man.
They don't have a centerpiece. They don't have like the piece that everybody's waiting for. They don't have the steak. They don't have the piece that everybody's like, yum, let's go here. It's like, what are these appetizers for? And that's how they're shitting around my food. Like you
got to restart X-Men. You got to restart Fantastic Four, and so it's like what like they got like 5, maybe 10 years to like really reinvest.
They tried to do the Inhumans and completely fucked that up.
Like they got a lot of work to try to like rekindle a setup like Avengers again, and I don't see anyone going for it. Like people that we like that are still around, they're like fading out, and Spider-Man is not the guy that is like an actual like rally point center. He's a monetary center because of his iconography.
It's fun to be around, but you don't want to have everything surround him and his story. You want to check up on him, but you don't want him to be the main point.
So like the wheels are falling off. Even though you have shit that's like entertained to whatever degree, like this movie, or moments or whatever here and there, or like I like Loki. I want to see where that goes, or how they continue and what they add into the universe. If they have enough depth like that show with stuff like Doctor Strange in the MCU films, like cool, but like they're getting so loosey goosey. You don't know like the level of quality they're putting in, and like with X-Men, you got like Victoria Alonso is like a big level producer in Marvel who's like, we need to make it X people and shit, and it's like Captain Marvel 2, like oh my god, I'm interested to see Thor 4. I know a lot of people are crying about Jane Foster and stuff because that's like an SJW era comic. But what's funny is people talk about sales and what doesn't sell. It's like, well, actually, Jane Foster Thor has been the higher and more consistent selling Thor than regular Thor. So it's just like, and they're probably racking their brain like, all right, this Hawkeye hasn't been hitting it like we thought it would. Jeremy Renner's like 40 something probably, so he's where's he? You did Black Captain America now from Falcon.
Let's see the kid from Iron Man 3 do something.
Dude, I would love for them to bring, because he was in Endgame at the funeral.
Yeah.
So it's like, but like he has a daughter, so they cast the girl from
oh yeah, he has a daughter.
13 Reasons, the adult version they cast from 13 Reasons Why, that chick as like adult version of his daughter. So that could be a thing in the future, but like they got a lot of restarting they got to do to like, that's why they should have just like rebooted this shit. Like,
well, I was gonna say that's the kind of thing too. Like, I haven't seen a movie from them since Endgame. This was the first one since then. I feel like I haven't missed anything, to be honest.
Yeah, Black Widow, that was an afterthought film. Way too late.
Yeah.
It's pretty much a one-off. It's a little intro for her sister to maybe next Black Widow or whatever. But
yeah, Far From Home was like shadow of Endgame, but not
like like with Scarlett Johansson as Black Widow. It's like she came in like 2010 as like Bond babe, like sex appeal, and by the time they make Black Widow, it's like this is a Me Too film, and it's like even though it actually had a legitimate kind of angle with like this kind of sex trafficking allegory with like the Red Room and stuff, their intent was like, Trump, Me Too, Weinstein, whatever.
I
It's
want to
like,
kill 30 women every
let's
something.
desexualize female characters, and like, why are you objectifying? It's like, it's still preaching at you instead of trying to entertain you. So like,
Yeah.
that's why it's like, I don't see a future like a
The
real
director's like, we
investment.
don't
Like,
need any of the boys to show up.
like, even though they got a hot girl as her sister for like a new widow or whatever, they're in this era of like puritanism with female sexuality and stuff. So it's like, even though she's a hot actress, this is like an SJW era creation that they're making with her. So it's like, they're not gonna have the same draw. Like, ooh, look at that babe in Iron Man 2. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, they apparently don't want that anymore.
So
Anyway.
yeah, they don't. I mean, I'm enjoying the good moments, but it's fate. And then just like, we're going on like, by the time they like rebuild to like get another big Avengers level shit, like, it's gonna be like 20 years into this franchise, and it's like, that's like 30 years of like growing, escalating superhero era
God,
blockbusters taking over.
they keep
Like,
on making shows and movies that are connected, and it's like, I don't have time
it's
to.
just getting too fucking
I
big.
don't want to
Like,
do this. Then I don't want to do all this shit. Can you make 1 or 2 solid things per year or something instead
that's
of
what happens to the
so
comics.
many?
They start an event, and it's like, ooh, let me like read across. Like, okay, I'll buy this character I don't care about because it ties into this bigger crossover story with all these characters. But then they do that like 4 or 5 times a year. Like, oh, this
I
crossover.
almost forgot about the whole blip in the first place. That the half the universe got erased. I'm like, oh yeah, that was a thing. Right. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
huh?
like,
Like,
yeah,
I
it's just,
forgot entirely. The Spider-Man was fucking one of them. It's like, is there any trauma from that? Like, at all? Really? Like, I don't know. Seems pretty casual. Like, oh yeah, I got vaporized for a while and came back 5 years later.
like,
Pretty
if
chill.
they're doing all these like separate shows, and they're really fucking up, because if they want to like maintain continuity and have a lot of people all tune in, while it also fills in gaps leading into different movies, they really should have did like Game of Thrones. Where like Game of Thrones,
No,
you're like
hold on.
following like 50
No,
characters.
I'm sorry. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. As much as
Shut the
everybody
fuck up.
fucking hates them, I'm sorry, Angus. They kept up events. They filled holes. They did things. They get different characters. They did exactly what you said, that you want.
But did they
except
do that
for
with any of the actual main characters?
they had sometimes.
They had
yes,
Coulson, but he was already dead in Avengers.
what I'm saying is, like, the reasons why they couldn't have all of them was because of some type of rights shit where the movie people didn't want them to be in that show. But what it was trying to be, mostly in season 1 and 2, was like trying to be what you just described. But they could have done more if they were allowed to. But they weren't allowed to all the time. But even regardless, they still fit things around the movies as best they can, which was like, that was good. And like, that's what I'm saying. What you're saying, like a show that can fill in holes and do stuff, and that's what that did. And the way that worked, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., that made sense for the MCU and stuff. But
well, I think they should, instead of like, oh, here's this show with this theme and that, it's like, that's fun to sell like different merchandise, but like, for this actually lasts, you got to do like one interconnected show that everyone's in for whatever. Like, oh, I like, so like Game of Thrones, where it says like, oh, I like this house or that character in that house, but it's all interconnected.
well, you can make an Avengers show, essentially, that sometimes you get an episode that features one of the Avengers doing something separate from all the others. And then, like, I'm thinking of, did you ever see the Earth's Mightiest Heroes show, the animated one? Well, like the first 5 or 6 episodes, you focus on Iron Man on one, you focus on Hulk on the other, Thor on another one. Like, there's some slight interactions between some characters together, and like the overall plot is kind of starting to form. And then they all meet up together, like by the 6th or 7th episode, to fight together. Like, that was nice, and that'd be kind of cool to see that.
I guess a better way, I'm trying to say, is like Clone Wars. That show has like, throughout, even though it's eventually to like this point, it's got a bunch of like different couple episodes here together, or like these episodes actually go together. You know,
I
across a
got you.
couple
Like
seasons,
they'll
but like they're
have
broken.
lots of mini arcs where they're
Yeah, mini arcs.
we're on the water planet for like 4 episodes, and then we're on
now
the
we're with the Night Sisters.
then we're
now
on
we're
the
with Maul.
yeah we're on the Night Sister plot for a little while, and we'll come back to them later, but we'll forget about them for now for a bit. We'll go somewhere else, and they'll be relevant later in the show. Like I see what you mean, but yeah, I agree. I still call that like an Avengers show or something for the MCU, but
Yeah.
have it be, you know, that way they could do whoever the fuck they want in it. And, you know, whether it's villains or heroes, whatever, and it's, you know, Avengers around it, it's post it. They don't have to have huge team ups all the time, but they can have team ups when they want to, which would justify the Avengers show, you know. Even if it's, you know, you could have really bizarre combos together. Like, you know, I thought Spider-Man and Daredevil was a good combo because of they both have similar senses, but one has superpowers, one doesn't.
Well, that's like a common pairing or crossing.
Well, I know, but I don't know if they teamed up much. I have no idea.
Not a lot, but like it is a natural, you know, crossing of paths, and they both have a general same sense of like justice, specifically that they're, you know, fighting for in the streets. So
they don't want to kill either. Neither of them want to kill. So
it's not crazy that they team up. They both got like a sense, like Frank Miller when he started writing Daredevil, like he crossed Spider-Man, and yeah, so it's not wacky to think. But yeah, I'm gonna get out of here.
I'm pretty wiped out too.
This is fun. It's funny because like we're spending like 4 hours digging into like.
I feel like we still have more we could talk about, but I'm too tired. I'm too tired to do it now. We got to pick up on a different time with some of this.
Yeah, we got to stream tomorrow too.
Oh yeah, and I got to stream with Justin Jingle all the fucking way too. Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, we can hear you bitch about it for a little bit tomorrow. But yeah,
okay.
I'm just gonna log out. Finding out you and Flip, and whoever watches the replay, if you make it this fucking far. Hey.
I don't think anybody's gonna watch more than 15 minutes of the stream, but that's okay. All right. See you later, bro.
Toodles.
Doodles.